If I speak like this, everybody here and outside can hear me.
Yeah, but we're not on the, so you gotta wait.
I already got that one.
Okay. Alan, you'll just have to be patient and get through your restricted reach and get the microphone so that your words will be recorded in perpetuity. Any luck there?
Are you?
Yes. Can you get those little mics that run a little faster? From the wheel?
Oh, that's you.
That's it's the Russian conspiracy.
Check, check. Uh-oh. Try anything.
I'm testing 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing. Do we have to have this on? Can we not do something in lieu of that?
Jeff's the one who knows how to do it all. I don't know how it's all tied in.
No, it's not. Which is strange. How many handhelds do you have? 4.
We have nothing.
Just
Give us that microphone down there.
restart the system.
Have one of those damn mics. Test. Woo, here we go. Well, this one works, and we're going to do what we can. If this is picking up, is it recording from this? Yes, it is. Good morning. Well, nobody's talking. We just have two people. By then, it'll be fixed. Good morning. Welcome to the July 24th meeting of the County Council. This is a time when we take public participation. And the Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. Today we have Alvin Mortimer, who has filled out the paperwork, and he is going to speak to us on an issue. He will have 3 minutes to tell us what's on his mind. The County Council will not answer questions or requests during public participation. Please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, or members of the public are not allowed. And Jeff, if you will state your name and address for the record.
Alvin Mortimer. Clock started.
Here, you take this microphone.
Just hold it about right here.
I'll give you 15, 20 seconds. Go ahead. Now, it's reset.
Good morning, everyone. Alvin Mortimer, 1571 Doyle Road, Lot 17. Good morning. I'm here again for the third time. Most of you should be ashamed to walk around in public. What do we pay you for? To serve us. Why is it so difficult to get a simple yes or no question answered? I know the answer and I'll say it. You all fear the sheriff and I don't. Not one of you matter as much to me as my daughter does. Her name is Alyssa. I've reached out to this sheriff to try and get information on my daughter, and I just get shut down. I have my David reports here of every report, every complaint I've ever filed against the sheriff. My David records get accessed. I don't appreciate that. Okay. The sheriff won't face me or respond me, so I reached out as a scared father here. Is it clear that my daughter is missing and the sheriff has not done anything? Thank you. Have I not been respectful in your chambers? Do I not deserve an answer? What is it? What am I doing wrong here? Do you think I like taking off of work for this? I obviously do not. One thing is certain, you will continue to see me until you give me some real answers. I love Volusia County, but how can I trust this panel? No one seems involved or in tune. I'm not going to read that because of what you said in the beginning. However, I am going to state this. It will get considerably more embarrassing for the county if I'm not spoken to by one of you individuals. Anyone, preferably except Ms. Post. If I'm not, don't consider it a threat. Don't consider it anything. It's a friendly warning, and I promise you, we can handle it like men behind closed doors to assure this doesn't happen to me anymore. Or we can bring it out in the public and we can let everybody know. The same tactics used against me will be used against others. I don't appreciate the treatment I've received. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I have rights. My children, I have shared custody of my children. There's nothing stopping me from being involved in the care and welfare of my children. Namely, my daughter, Alyssa.
Thank you, Jeff. And I'm sure if you make an appointment.
Alvin.
Sorry about that, Alvin. For the record, it's Alvin Mortimer. That's the only card of anyone we have wishing to speak. At this time, we will close the public portion of the meeting, and we will see you back here at 10 o'clock with all the microphones working. Maybe. Works now.
That one does, yes. Yeah, we're not getting anything on the diet, which I've never had that problem before. Go ahead and mute, Sue.
Good morning.
How are you? We missed you yesterday at EOC.
I know.
Well, I know the lady
Well,
toured the other side, but then
uh,
they had to leave.
I'm not at the diet.
About 10, 15 minutes. Good work. So if we reschedule, we'll be out there. If she wants to come out and see it again, we'll be there.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Check, 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 check one.
Heard something. Check, check. Nope.
Check.
Check, check. It's just this one.
Check, check, check.
Check. Oh, I can. I'm just, excuse me, it is 10 o'clock, but we have some technical difficulties regarding the audio system, and we will delay the start of the meeting until that's fixed. Those of you that are listening online, if you can listen online, we apologize. Those of you that are here, just as soon as it's corrected, we will start the meeting. We apologize for that. Carry on with your conversations. I will give you a 1-minute warning as soon as we have it. Thank you.
Check, check, 1, 1, 2, test 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. You should see it bounce up and down. Go ahead and try your mute. Test 1,
Check.
1, 2. Yep. Check 1, 1, 2,
Check, check, check.
1, 2, 3.
Doesn't work. Check, check.
Let me give you this one, because that's got fresh batteries, that way I can check these.
Check, check. We will be starting the meeting in about 2 minutes. We'll be starting the meeting at 10:12, which is about 2 minutes from now. So we apologize for the audio. Bear with us. Everything will be streamed and everything will be recorded. So not to worry about that part of it. Off. Just leave them live.
You've got one you can share?
Just leave, Heather, I'd leave that one off until. Yeah, I was just testing. Okay. But the mics that are up here, just leave them off until you need them, I think, so that there's no back feed or something. Okay. Pat? Fred? Fred?
Check
Pat?
1. Check, check, check 1.
Check, check. Wait on Pat. You want? Good morning. We will call the July 24th meeting of the Volusia County Council to order. And this morning we have the invocation given by Patricia Daniels. There you are. And it will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Ask the council to stand.
Good morning. Better? 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 Good morning. The Baha'is of Volusia County appreciate very much this invitation to give the invocation at your meeting. Thank you. This prayer from the Baha'i writings is an appeal for divine assistance to strengthen a spiritual advancement in our American Republic. O thou kind Lord, this gathering is turning to thee. These hearts are radiant with thy love. These minds and spirits are exhilarated by the message of thy glad tidings. O God, let this American democracy become glorious in spiritual degrees, even as it has aspired to material degrees, and render this just government victorious. Confirm this revered nation to upraise the standard of the oneness of humanity, to promulgate the most great peace, to become thereby most glorious and praiseworthy among all the nations of the world. O God, this American nation is worthy of thy favors and is deserving of thy mercy. Make it precious and near to thee through thy bounty and bestowal.
May we have the roll call, please?
Here.
Here.
Here. They call you? Everybody's? All members are present. We'll move to the item on the comments on the consent agenda. George, you wanted to have a comment on item C.
Yeah, item C, there's a person, the district head for this district for the Guardian Ad Litem program. Just wanted to
Any comments from the
make a
council?
comment.
Any item to be pulled?
Yes, I have discussion on some items. K, L, and Q1.
K, L, and
Q1.
Q.
Q Quebec 1.
You want those pulled to be voted on separately?
No, they can be voted on, just
You want to
this
comment?
discussion. yeah.
Okay. Since there are no items to be pulled, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion made and seconded by
I'll second.
Lowry and Denny's. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. And then I think we have Shirley Holland. Shirley, thank you for being here today.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to be here this morning. And I came strictly to big thank you. I am Shirley Holland. I am the Circuit Director for the 7th Judicial Circuit for Guardian Ad Litem. And there's an interesting relationship between the Guardian Ad Litem program and the county. The county funds our office space and the things that we need to operate every day, but many people, it's come to my attention, don't necessarily know what Guardian Ad Litem is. So I just wanted to take 2 minutes, of course, unless there's any questions. Guardian Ad Litem program basically serves as the eyes and the ears of the judge to children that are in foster care. And just for your information, currently in this judicial circuit, which covers St. Johns County, Putnam, Volusia, and Flagler, we're serving over 1,600 children. 60% of those children are in Volusia County, and 60% of those children are on the east side of Volusia. Guardian Ad Litem program is volunteer driven. We have about 530 volunteers across the circuit, 300 of which are in Volusia County. When a child comes into foster care, the judge appoints a volunteer guardian ad litem to act as an extension of the judge. Their primary function is to get to know that child, work an arm's length from everybody else, independency, and represent only the best interest of that little one. It's a tricky job, but I tell you, there's some amazing people doing it. Because we're volunteer driven, we save Volusia County approximately $3.3 million a year just in the work that our volunteers do. Some of these volunteers are doctors, some of them are mechanics, plumbers, nurses, teachers, an astronaut, a major general, a whole variety of folks. But they do the normal things for these children that have fallen into a system that is broken. No child should be in this system. And the Guardians provide things like McDonald's when a child makes their first A on a math test. They provide things like prom dress shopping, our doctor's appointments, but more important than anything, in a system when a child is removed from their family, there's 19 humans that are attached to this child when they come into dependency. The continuity that the child receives typically is provided by the guardian ad litem. The guardian ad litem is the person that follows the child wherever they go, regardless of whomever else is attached. But it has been, even under the circumstances with that annoying hurricane that we have been displaced. We had 23 offices in the 250 building because of the volume that we serve in East Volusia. But the county's been a pleasure. If I ever had to work for anyone else, I would have to say I'd want to work for y'all. George picks up the phone every time you call. Not once have we felt like we were out there on our own. And to be honest with you, I don't believe we've skipped a beat with the children that we're here to serve, and that's largely because of the support that we've received from y'all. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, the chair recognizes Ms. Cusack.
My pleasure.
I just wanted to say to you how pleased we are to have you as a part of our team. And I want you to know that it's important that we protect our most vulnerable little citizens. And by your helping and the encouragement that you provide, having 60% of those individuals in Volusia, it's an honor to have you as a part of the team. My one question is, can you tell me how can you become a volunteer in the program?
Yes, ma'am. I will even give you my cell phone. I'll walk you through the process because we never have enough. And I'm very serious about that. I will give you my telephone number. All you have to do is call the guardian ad litem office. We provide extensive training because, truthfully, being a guardian ad litem volunteer is not like many other volunteer positions, and I don't mean to diminish any of them. It's a commitment. You know, these guardians go home at night. They'll be cooking for their own families. They'll get a call from a kid at a group home, and something's happened. They turn off the stove, and they go see that kid. We provide lots of training and lots of support. We have about 50 state employees, I being one of them, and we all do anything that needs to be done because of the fact that resources, as always, are limited.
Thank you so much for that information. I think it's important that we put that out, that its program always need volunteers and that there is a process, and you welcome people to participate in that process.
Well, and we'll tailor make it. We have children of all kinds. If you like the babies, you want the newborns, you want a teenager, it usually works best when we match folks with who they feel guided to be with.
Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And thank you again, and we appreciate that.
Chair.
Chair recognizes Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a former guardian ad litem before I came on council, Councilwoman Cusack, I would encourage you, anybody else that's interested in doing this. In fact, our statewide director, Alan Abramowitz, is from DeLand. I still think Mr. Abramowitz keeps his home here in DeLand, and he's one of our fortunate ones in this agency that reports directly to the governor and has yet to have a budget decrease in all the years he has overseen this program. So it's very vital. It's effective. And we deal with every agency from the Department of Education to DCF and the courts and our great judges. Judge Leah Case was on the bench when I was representing at that time. It's much needed, and you spend a lot of tears, a lot of hours, but it's one of the best things that I've done before coming in elected office. So anything that we can do Please feel free to call me. If you need help with PSAs or meetings, be happy to help you recruit. It's the greatest return on investment for our children.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And we'll move on to item K. Council recognizes Ms. Post.
And actually, I think I just wanted Donna to go over that and explain it, since it did refer to the EMS collection services.
Okay, can you hear me? The agenda before you is with bill to pay, and what they do is they do the high-speed processing of our cash receipts. So when you get a bill from EVAC or from water utilities, you make out your check, you put it in the envelope, and it goes to this company who has high-speed processors to actually run them through, send the information back to us electronically, and also deposit it into the account. Now, we have our own high-speed processor in taxes, which we acquired last year and put online. In fact, utilities is getting ready to probably move over to that in this year coming up. We're starting that testing. Eventually, we're hoping that we'll be doing EVAC as well. So we'll be doing a lot of this high-speed processing in-house eventually. But we need this contract in the meantime.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we'll move to item L. Do you have someone?
And George, again, actually L was just for transparency, since we are trading land, just to have staff explain that for the record, so that this information.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. This was part of a property that was transferred to us as part of a land swap and donation from Farmton in regards to the Deep Creek property. Also, it included some smaller parcels in Cape Atlantic Estates. There was a simple error. They transferred over a 2.5 acre parcel that they did not want to transfer. And we caught this now, and now what we are going to do is propose a swap for a same size parcel in that general location. The critical part is that it's tied to property that the county has already acquired through its small parcel acquisition program. And so as you can see, the figure that's on there, which is in your agenda packet on page L, I believe 5, that is in your agenda packet. That'll show you where the property is that we currently have, which is in the orangish color, that will be transferred for the parcel that's in the yellow color. And it's same size parcel, like for like. It just cleans up the records. There's some issues with regards to billboards and those types of things. So overall, it works out. No big issue.
Thank you. I just wanted that on the record.
And now we have item Q1.
And Q1 is the agreement with the school board for the provision of the school guardian training program, and that application for the grant with the state. And so if we could have someone talk about the grant. And I think the main point here is to really push home the fact that this is grant funds, and it's all grant funds. Correct. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to explain that to the public. Thank you.
Joe Gallagher, Division Chief with the Sheriff's Office. Under the Senate bill, they provided roughly a little bit over $67.5 million to provide reimbursement costs for training, equipment, a lot of the items that, such as the background costs, et cetera. So what we have to do right now is submit an application in order to participate in the reimbursement process, because what we're up against right now is all the 67 counties are going to be trying to get into this pot of money, and so we have to submit our application in order to participate in this by I think it's August 1st. So we're under a little bit of a time restraint.
All right, thank you. I just, again, wanted to point out that this was all grant funds, the $325,000, and I think it's fantastic that you're doing that and looking to address it in that way, so thank you.
You can press your. That works. Yeah, okay. Chair recognizes Ms. Denny's.
This isn't recurring revenue stream? This is one time?
One time.
That's correct.
So, it's okay. We're having some technical difficulties. No, it's wonderful that we're doing this. My concern is for us and for you going forward next year.
Right.
We don't know whether the legislature is going to refund this. So we know that money was made available through this last legislative session for the school year.
Correct.
But yet the demand's there. It's still an unfunded mandate that we're going to have to fill, and the school board's going to have to fill, and somebody thought it was a great idea, and there's your money for this year, and good luck next year.
Right.
So I think that needs to go on the record, too, that we're doing the right thing at the right time for the right reasons, and thank you for that. But next year, when we look at our budget, and unless the legislature chooses to fund this, here we are. But thank you.
Yeah, it's year to year. Right, you know, the funding.
Thank you.
Ms. Post.
And Councilwoman Denny's makes an excellent point of that we are going to have to really stay on top of that at the state level. The county is going to have to really stay on top of that at the state level and make sure that any monies and any funds that we can get our hands on, we make sure to do that. And again, I appreciate the fact that the sheriff's office is reaching out to do that in kind as well. So hopefully we can work to tag team and help to address all these unfunded mandates. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cusack. Chair recognizes Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that it's important that as we look at our lobbying team, that this would be one of the things that we would ask as a part of our priority list. I just want to make sure that if I'm not here when you make your priority list, that you make sure that you try to get that as one of the things that you're looking for, is funding for this program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And with that, there are no more questions. Thank you, gentlemen.
Have a good day.
We'll move to item 2. Donna Butler.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. This agenda item is for the Division of Hospital and Nursing Home Medicaid costs. We share in the cost with the state of Florida for Medicaid for our citizens. Our current allocation is $7.5 million, of which is split 4 ways, 3 with our 3 districts, and then the county pays the nursing home costs. So that's what's before you today for your review and hopeful approval.
Okay, we need a motion for this, I'm assuming. Motion to approve the Division of Hospital and Nursing Home Medicaid costs by Denny's, second by Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 3. Sorry? Too late. We're already on 3.
Okay. No, I was just going, now we don't know what they're going to be doing next year. So there's another heads up that we're going to have. If this same figure is what we're going to have to embrace, or correct?
Absolutely. Oops, I think I lost my sound. Hello? Okay. So we've already started, preliminary discussions with the taxing districts. We're going to sit down in September and October, start having a discussion about what might be coming, reach out to ACA to try and see if they could help us figure some of this out, and go from there. We don't know what our costs will be next year. This is the last of 4 years of a implementation program that the state put in place. We're using historic data now that's 6 and 7 years old to allocate, and that's something that the districts have all agreed to because there hasn't been another way to figure it out. The other counties get one bill and they're good to go, and we have to split it 4 ways. So we will be looking at that.
Thank you, thank you, Donna. I think that's it.
Yeah, it is, but I'm item 3 too.
I'm sorry?
I'm also item 3.
You're up for item 3? Well, come on down.
Yeah, just Donna's going to go ahead and introduce our new
Sorry, I didn't have your name.
Mr. Watson, and I'll have her go ahead because
Okay.
she's got the experience of working with Mr. Watson.
Very proud and excited to introduce to you today Robert Watson. We affectionately call him Bob. You know, when I think of a word to describe Bob, it's servant. He served 22 years in the Marine Corps. He retired as a Master Gunnery Sergeant with an exemplary career that included awards. After that, he started a ministry in which he served as its leader for years. And now he's here directly serving, well, before he came here, he served the veterans in the state of Alabama for 11 years, and now he's here. He's got a great team behind him. They're all back here. Our Veteran Services officers are the best in the state, hands down, without a doubt. There's a long-standing tradition of being some of the very best in the state from others' perspectives, and I know absolutely that Bob is going to follow that leadership path and make sure our veterans are receiving the best services they can. So with that, I present Bob.
And what is Bob's last name?
Watson.
Thank you. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. How are you? I'd just like to take a moment to thank each and every one of you. This is an honor and a privilege for me. It's not a job for me, it's a passion, and it's been that for many years. I also would like to take a moment to both acknowledge and thank the staff that we have here for the Veteran Services in Volusia County. You've got some of the best. I've done this since 1993, and I'm telling you, you've got some of the best. I'd like to acknowledge my wife that's here with me, Gwen. You'd stand up. Without her support, I wouldn't be here and doing this for sure.
I think she needs to stand beside you, as she always does, I'm sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Patterson.
You don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to know we should affirm this confirmation. So I move the confirmation of Mr. Watson.
Motion's made by Patterson, seconded by Post to confirm the appointment as Veterans Services Director, Mr. Bob Watson. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we thank you very much for that. And so glad that we have someone, as I'm sure others that have preceded you, the passion for serving, and not a better service could be done. And we appreciate you being willing to, I guess you came from Alabama, or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, we're welcome to have you, and just as long as you don't say roll tide, we'll keep you.
Wow, let's ask him.
You know, Alabama's an hour behind us.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
I
Patterson.
just want to say, as the lonely veteran up here on the dais, you know, I appreciate everything that our Veteran Services offices does, because I had working with a lady yesterday who just was very pleased with the outcome that she had. She didn't get everything she wanted, which has nothing to do with the Veteran Services Office. It has to do with property taxes. But I really, really appreciate everything that they do, and I, you know, make the rounds at some of the VFW and American Legions at times, and they really think highly of our office here in town, which is, and I want to make sure we continue that. Thank you very much, sir.
And on a quick personal note, my dad was a wounded POW, World War II, and the veterans helped my mother upon his passing, a great assistance. So I know personally what can be done and how you can reach out. They had to reach out to the Tampa office for confirming the issue, but appreciate everything that's done, and glad that we do, as a country, put an emphasis on our veterans that have served us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome. With that, we'll move to item number 5. This is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing. And I'm looking for,
Mr. Casbeer will be right as he's
There
working
he
through
is.
the crowd.
I'm coming. All right. Good morning, Tad Casbeer, County Engineer. The item you have before you is a vacation of a drainage easement on a piece of property on a private residential lot in New Smyrna Beach on Hidden Pines Boulevard, just south of State Road 44. The existing easement, show the next exhibit. The existing easement runs along the rear portion of the property. It's 60 feet wide. It's for the purposes of accommodating a drainage ditch and the maintenance of said drainage ditch. They're requesting a 20-foot reduction in that drainage easement, vacation of 20 feet. For a portion of that length, you can see that the ditch runs along that backside and then also runs along their side lot line on the south side there as well. So we would leave a portion of that drainage easement on the south side in place. Road and Bridge has reviewed the request. They can still maintain the drainage easement, and we won't have any problems with impacting the ability for that ditch to drain the area. So we have a recommendation for approval.
I have no one from the public wishing to speak, so without objection, I'll close the public hearing. Council? Ms. Wheeler?
Hello? Okay. Hello. I just want to verify that this will not impede the flow of water. We don't have any drainage problems, flooding problems there at all, since this will be reduced by, what, 20% or whatever?
20 feet out of
Yeah.
60 feet.
Mhm.
No, it's not going to affect the drainage capability of that ditch in any way. We still have enough room for it. Of note, for example, it doesn't show on this exhibit, but mention that drainage ditch on the south side of their property, their side lot line. That easement section is only 40 feet. 20 feet on their lot, 20 feet on the lot to the south. So we still have the ability to get in there and maintain as we need to without impeding.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So currently, so you're saying 40 is normal?
40 is adequate for this particular ditch and maintenance, yes, ma'am.
So currently, is the ditch filled with water?
Right now, yes.
And if we reduce that by 30%,
The ditch does not take up the entire 60 feet. It takes up a portion of that overall easement, and then the remainder is used for our equipment to get in there and maintain that. We usually keep at least 20 feet or so for the ability for the equipment to get down there, dig out the ditch,
can
maintain
you
the ditch.
speak into the microphone a little more there?
Sorry.
Maybe lift it up, because I think you'll be here for a couple agenda items, Ted.
What? Never. So yes, the remainder of the drainage ditch, 40 foot, that's typical for what we usually, there we go.
Okay, with
What
that,
we use in other locations.
with that, I move approval.
Motion made and seconded by Cusack, made by Dennis. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we will move to item 5A. This is to a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing portion, and I see Donna.
Yeah, Donna's going to handle. I'm just going to say that the city is here today. This is something that we've worked on. It's been talked about for a couple of years, and a lot of good work with the city. I want to thank them. I'm going to turn it over to Donna, who can go through the details.
Thank you. This agenda item basically relates to land exchange between the County of Volusia and the City of DeLand. We are receiving what we term the old library building, which is behind here on Rich Avenue. We call that the old library. Currently, the health department is residing in there now. Their staff is in there occupying that building. In exchange, the city's will be receiving the old jail building on New York Avenue, and there's a parking lot behind it on Georgia Avenue as well. So they'll be receiving those two properties. What we also included in the exchange was what is known as the old vehicle inspection station. It's a wedge-shaped piece of property that houses the old vehicle inspection station that we currently sometimes use for traffic engineering. It's been a building that is always flooding, and it's right next to their water treatment plant, and they wanted to expand their retention area in that area to help relieve the flooding that they sometimes see on I think it's New Hampshire and Amelia Avenues, so as well as sometimes the school there, the middle school sometimes receives floodwater. So we also threw that in as well. In the effort to do this, we did ask the city a couple things we did do, and that's included in the package. We did, first of all, wanted to see what the value of the buildings were worth. We did do that. The jail building, unfortunately, was difficult to evaluate other than the property itself. We did give them a credit for $200,000 because that building will cost approximately that amount. It'll cost approximately about that amount for that building to be demolished because it does contain asbestos, and it's a more involved process to remove that facility. And we also asked them, well, what are you going to do with that piece of property? And so they went back and they talked to their staff, they talked to the public, they engaged, I believe it was CPH Engineering, to help them vision what they want to do, and that's included as well. So they have a nice plan to sort of redevelop that area and make it really a hopping place. It already is on Friday and Saturday nights, but I think it's going to hop even more. So we brought this forward to you, and I know Mr. Ployce and Mr. Apgar are here to speak on the matter. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson.
Okay, I'm live here. I just want to say that, this is something I brought up several years ago when I came back on the county council, that something needed to be done with that property over there because it was an eyesore of sorts. And I'm just pleased that it's taken a while to get to this point, but I'm glad we are going to be doing something with the city on that. I remember back in the 90s when we were looking at a site for a new courthouse, and we had an old hospital that was sitting over there, and the former mayor and I got together one night, and he said he'd go back to his city commission and have that land donated. They'd buy the building and have that land donated. So they've done things for us, and so now we're doing something for them. And so I think that courthouse that sits over there is something that is a showcase for us. And I want to thank the city for what we did back in the 90s on that. But this is really important. It's been important to me, and I think there's some other things we need to be doing. I get a little frustrated sometimes because I keep hearing people saying, well, the east side gets everything. But, when you sit around and you look at the courthouse we have here and what we're doing here today and other properties and things on here on the west side of the county, we get our fair share many times. Mr. Chair, I move approval of the exchange of land with the city of DeLand.
Motion's made by Patterson, seconded by Cusack. We will close the public participation. Did you have a comment, Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add the fact that it's a collaboration with the city of DeLand and with the cities that we deal with as a part of this county. So I'm so pleased that we're doing this. This will add much to the economic area in downtown DeLand, which is also a part of Volusia County. It's very difficult to separate the two. And so we are so delighted that this agreement has come to fruition, and I'm pleased to second that, in as much as I happen to be a tad bit prejudiced because I happen to live in DeLand, and I like the atmosphere of this small town called DeLand. So, Mr. Chair and Council Member, this is a move in the right direction for all of Volusia County to have this collaborative efforts between the city of DeLand and the county of Volusia. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And everyone in Volusia County will benefit from this. Ms. Post.
And I think we all have the same mindset here, but I truly wanted to point out as well that this is an excellent example of collaboration with the cities and taking the common sense action to address efficiencies. So very happy. Thank you.
And you've been recognized, Bob and Michael. I'm assuming you're just sitting there very happy that this is finally happening. Is that correct? You don't want to come up and wave. So, Bob, I know this has been being worked on for years, for sure. Mayor Apgar.
Bob Apgar, Mayor of DeLand. First of all, on behalf of the city of DeLand, the citizens, we thank you for reaching this agreement with us. It's actually, in my mind, been a lot longer than a couple of years. It's been a long-term goal. It's been an eyesore for a long time. Just as an aside, we already have a couple of local groups that have expressed interest in the redevelopment of that. So our RFP will probably hit the street, or did hit the street tomorrow. So we are moving forward, and we very much appreciate your cooperation. One, when we get a proposal, we may come back and look for a little infrastructure grant help, but we'll talk about that when when that fact happens. And the other thing that was in the letter of transmittal that I don't want lost in the shuffle is if the county ever proceeds with some redevelopment of the as referred to, the old library, the city of DeLand would like to be involved in that planning process, because we have that parking, and there may be a way to make further enhancements through collaboration to our downtown in the future. That's probably well out in the future, but I don't want people to lose sight of that. It'll be long after I'm out of office. But anyway, thank you very much on behalf of the city of DeLand.
Thank you. I was going to call for a vote until he mentioned that part about more money. I don't know if he realized we had not voted yet. Having said that, any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. And thank you for all your efforts in making this come about, because truly it will benefit the entire community here. With that, we'll move to item 6. And this is nothing to be talking about chicken feed, but it's finally come back to roost with us, hasn't it?
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you is the second and final reading of the adoption of the proposed changes to our zoning regulations to allow for the keeping of chickens, specifically hens, in residential zoning classifications, subject to specific criteria, and establishing a conditional use permit process to allow for that to occur. This has been duly noticed. If there's any questions, staff is here to available.
This is a public hearing. I have no one wishing to speak from the public. With that, we'll close the public participation. Council, Ms. Dennis.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Second by Lowry, motion made by Denny's to adopt ordinance 2018-13, providing for the keeping of chickens in the residential zoning classification. Any objection to the motion?
I object.
Let the record reflect the motion. Any other objection? Let the record show the motion passed 6-1 with Post objecting. We will move to item 7. This too is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing. Mr. Irvin.
Thank you, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a amendment to our comprehensive plan, specifically the capital improvement element. This was transmitted by the County Council to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and the Volusia County Growth Management Commission back in April of this year. This is a major update to the capital improvement element, which had not been significantly modified since 2010. Since 2010, there have been significant changes to Florida statutes in regards to growth management laws. The proposed amendment is consistent with those changes, eliminates some antiquated languages, puts in place basically the standards that you're seeing throughout. Went through Florida DEO and VGMC with no comments. There's been no comment at either the PLDRC or the County Council meeting for transmittal. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Any questions of Mr. Irvin? With that, we'll close the public participation, public hearing. Council, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of ordinance 2018-07, adoption hearing amendment for the comprehensive plan capital improvements element, CPA-18-004.
Is there a second? Second, Wheeler. Discussion, Ms. Post.
Clay, I have a question though about the, let's see, 7-20.
Okay.
And it talks about the non-concurrency facilities. So I just had some concerns, and if you could maybe address these or explain that. We are we are negating.
Excuse me, Ms. Post.
Yes.
It's on page 7-20, which line item?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The 9294. 92 is crossed out, and it's line 20.
Okay, thanks.
Reference the non-concurrency facilities, and we're crossing out basically the statuses for the Class B and the Class C, and my concern there is that it actually rates the statuses. So Class B is considered public safety related, so fire rescue facilities, EMS, corrections, sheriff facilities, criminal justice, and courts. And then Class C is other non-concurrency related facilities. And so those are parks, public health, mosquito control, ocean center, et cetera, et cetera. And it lists Class B facilities are considered higher priority facilities than Class C facilities. With my stance on reassessing and rebooting and ensuring that we're stopping and that we're looking at these things, that's where my concern is not having that language in there anymore that sort of gives the status and the hierarchy to various areas. So can you explain why that's being removed?
Yes, ma'am.
For the state stuff?
Yes, ma'am. When you see non-concurrency facilities, that was something that was created by Volusia County. That was not consistent with Florida statutes. That was something that was put in place when we were looking at the opportunities of other ways of funding these facilities and trying to establish minimum levels of service that would be applicable to them. We've not, and I can tell you that over the last several years when we were looking at this, we've not seen that being an effort. There's been also the establishment of the fire safety districts and those things that are on the ad valorem taxes. So what you're seeing is that this was identified as something that was not consistent with state law, was not something that was specifically delineated as something to be monitored by Volusia County. So we've taken it out of the comprehensive plan. That doesn't mean it can't be put in an operational plan that's part of the sheriff's office, as part of the fire safety, part of public protection. It just simply removes it from the comp plan. Again, we're not trying to eliminate those management tools, but we're trying to make sure they're in the proper location.
So where would those be then if we're removing them from here? I just want to make sure that they're still somewhere so that we do have those priorities listed, because at some point council, I'm assuming, from what you said, at some point council initiated the language, or the language was created by Volusia County at some point.
Okay, I think, George, I didn't.
Yeah, just let me, Clay's correct. What we're trying to do is consistent with state law. However, and actually a part of what you're going to do, I believe, at the next meeting, there are priorities in our budget, and then what this really does is make sure that the responsibility is part of the home rule, part of you guys here that need to make those a priority. So they can exist in several ways. Of course, we have our capital projects list that you do, but I think within the budget itself is where you guys give us direction on the priorities that you want. Now, like and Clay mentioned, like say fire rescue, there's a separate district now for that, and then they have their budget and their goals, which are the ones who approve and set. And we could get down the list on all these corrections. Of course, sheriff and the sheriff we work tight with, the courts.
Everything under here is not under one fund.
That's correct.
So
it has to be tracked. And
Excuse me. let's let him finish.
Well, it's actually,
so
I mean,
again-
I'm
Oh,
asking the
she
questions,
yeah,
so
you-
I
Ms. Post,
believe
you
I
make a
still have the
great
floor.
point. You
He
make a
didn't-
great point, and we're saying, I think as part of next week's or next meeting's goal setting, that's where you can see that laid out and should be laid out, and maybe a little bit more clearly than it has been in the past. But again, it's a shift from, it was in the state law that we were not compliant with, and there's no sense of sending a document up there on something that, we really aren't, required to do. So what we're trying to do is, but the same kind of effort is done. It is done with our planning department in-house. And so and I think, like I say, if we could talk about it on the August 7th, you'll get a little bit better idea, and you guys will help us with a little bit of direction, because these are things we have to bring out and talk a little bit more about. And we have, and of course, we used to too. You guys don't have the benefit of the mini budgets. We've talked about bringing that type of thing back, because that's where each of these get explained. Department heads come in, they discuss each of these areas separately, and we probably need to reinstitute something exactly like that. So you're seeing, Mr. Zaragoza in EMS, you're seeing Chief Smith, you'll be seeing, Director Flowers, and they can go over each of their issues to ensure that they're in compliance with what needs to be for this particular county.
And I just want to kind of point out, the comprehensive plan process takes precedent over some of the budgetary items that you would normally be doing here.
Right.
So it would create a situation where you could amend an operational budget, an operational goal that you have for these items, and we would have to come back and modify the comp plan in order to get that change done. So what we saw was an inefficient way for management to make adjustments to these facilities, because once you make a change in regards to fire, public safety, the sheriff's office, instead of it being effective that day, we would have to go through a comprehensive plan amendment process, which can take upwards of 3 to 4 months. So therefore, we were hoping to take things that did not have to go through that process out of it, so that way, as Mr. Rechtenwald pointed out, those who are directly responsible for the operations and those who are directly for funding those operations can make their decisions in real time.
So you're saying we wouldn't be able to make changes to the operational aspects of those, what's listed under Class B or Class C, because they are listed here?
Right. Anytime you make a change to the comprehensive plan, it has to go through a formal amendment process, which is transmitted to Volusia County Growth Management Commission and to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunities. These are requirements that are outside of the scope of Florida statutes. These weren't even in Florida statutes with the original 1985 growth management legislation. So it was something that in 1989 through 1990, where we were working through our concurrency management planning, that we identified this as a potential need. What we're seeing is that operationally, we need to have some more greater flexibility so that way you can make quicker changes.
Can you give an example as to something on the operational side that would affect the status listing?
Well, for example, let's say we made a change in mosquito control, and there was something going on there. If someone opposed it, they could come and say at this meeting, okay, you've changed something in mosquito control. Have you changed your comp plan? And if we said no.
But how would that affect it just being listed a Class C or Class B in the comp plan?
Because again, when you start working through priorities, if someone could interpret this to say that what we're doing is a misalignment of the priorities identified in the comp plan, that could stall or actually stop changes to the budgetary process that otherwise we could do on a regular time frame.
I would also say it might work the other way around as well, though, that it would enact the purpose that it looks like this was initially written for, to give priorities to those classes, correct?
Not necessarily give priority, but but what it does is, like you say, like take the evidence room.
Well,
if you wanted to fix it.
May I interject for just 1 second? So I just heard the comment, it's not a priority issue, but I'm reading this here, Class B facilities are considered higher priority facilities than Class C facilities. So that's what I'm reading, so.
And I think that's a decision that you, as an elected body here should be making to us. And I think, we follow pretty much what's written here, but why box yourself in? And an example, say, you make the decision that which we did, by the way, to do the evidence facility. You wouldn't really be able to get started to doing that unless you specifically went ahead and made that change with the VGMC and everything that he had said. Instead, we go ahead and make that change. You guys make that priority, and we go ahead and get working on the building like we did. So it adds a layer that we feel is unnecessary answering, to the state. And that's why, and quite frankly, we probably have not done, we may have not reported it in a timely manner. I know in the time I've been here, sometimes we're doing the capital element in the road program from the current year, and we're sometimes 10, 11 months behind in just the reporting requirement. So we're trying to eliminate some of the things we don't have to report, as Clay has said, but there's still a priority that you guys set. And I think that's, really what we're trying to accomplish here today is let's just make sure that the stuff that we're required to do, we send to the state. The stuff we're not required, we wanted to keep that here in local control.
Okay, well, I just want to point out that I'm a little concerned at deleting that language. And I would hope that as a council then that we are we're noting this and that we are moving forward with the mini workshops and with the priority workshops and really taking that onus on then to make sure that we as a council are doing that ourselves if it is no longer under anywhere else.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Absolutely. And
I think the important thing is that we set priorities that we can control, and that's the important part of it. The priorities that are set, that are in there, and this we had to do to comply with state law. Since 1989 and 1990, there has not been a comp plan of anyone's that hasn't been amended. In fact, Ormond Beach had 200 and something amendments that they had to make in 1991 to their comp plan. This is a comp plan amendment because as the state changes, we have to adjust to that. Now, it doesn't mean we're going to neglect the things that you pointed out, and rightly so, that's been answered, that we will address those. But when addressing those, then we will have control instead of having to go back through. It used to be up to, you could only present twice a year, wasn't it, Clay, years ago for comp plan amendments?
Yes, sir, that was the old rules.
Old rule was you could only present comp plan amendments twice a year. Now they've done away with that, but back in the day it was very, very difficult. So anything that prohibited you from working in an efficient manner, you wanted it out of there for what you had to control. And I think that's what we're trying to do here, to clean that up.
And so I understand the reason that it's being removed because it's not required by the state, but I'm just, again, just wanting to stress that us as a council now take on that responsibility since it is not noted anywhere at this point, the priorities, a listing of the priorities to take care of those facilities.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this is doing is streamlining efficiencies locally. We're taking control back from the state. This is the epitome of home rule. So anytime we can, as a local jurisdiction and government, cut a level of bureaucracy and control and set our own priorities here locally, that's a good thing. The other thing here, not everybody in this council was here when we had a struggle with VGMC, the Volusia Growth Management Commission. I think it was 3 years ago, budget time. I actually made the motion to defund them, and Mr. Eckert said I can't by law, so I offered $1 just to keep them by law. If we have to give them, I'll give them $1. That's how much and how long that they impeded things locally, the VGMC, because their votes are weighted. It's another whole issue. We handled that, came up with a compromise during the Charter Review Commission review. It was actually a really good, it was a good it was a good way to keep us where we are. So, but we very much changed the VGMC's ability to control things within Volusia County. So anytime we can decommission the state from controlling what we're doing here, but I agree with you, we need to have more mini budget workshops next year, and I think there's been a commitment. This isn't a new thing. It's not like we have to be told we're going to do it. We do that. We're just going to continue the mini budget workshops, but on this particular one, anytime we can take out the VGMC, take out the state's involvement, and give local control back to these issues without that bureaucracy and that time limit like Mr. Rechtenwald was talking about. George, when we have to modify a comp plan, what if we have an issue in any of this, how much time are we adding?
I'll have Clay answer that as our head of the growth management department, but I can say it adds time. It can add months.
Well, for example, just the processing of this itself, it was initiated by staff over a year ago to go through the changes. We worked with budget and everyone else to make sure that we were not creating any kind of potential conflicts. It was presented to the PLDRC in, I want to say March, then here in April, and then it was transmitted, and we're getting it back now for adoption.
We see, and that's the cycle. We've got the comp plan amendment, then it goes to VGMC, we got PLDRC. So, and it should also be noted that this has been approved through all of those committees, with all of our appointees, all of those public meetings, no input in it. So this has been vetted, thoroughly by multiple sources. So I think this is a great win, and it's just a housekeeping. It's just another thing that happened since this comp plan. We didn't have the Department of Economic Opportunity that Governor Scott put in when he came in. So there's been a lot of changes at the state level. In fact, George, I believe there's one or two counties in the whole state that even has a VGMC yet, I think we're one of two, because when the Department of Economic Opportunity was placed at the state level, so all that just to say there's been multiple tiers, multiple bureaucracy changes. So we're just getting with the times and some housekeeping. Is that?
I don't know the exact number, but I know we're one of the few, I believe.
Broward County and Pinellas County have similar type of operations where you have to coordinate through the county's offices to ensure that all comp plan amendments are consistent between the cities and the cities and the cities and the county.
And that's a good thing, but I mean, we're more restrictive with the VGMC than I would even like us to be if I had my way, but I didn't at the charter review, so we'll stay with where we are. With that, I'm going to move approval of ordinance 2018-07 and adopt the hearing for amendment of the comprehensive plan capital improvement element CPA-18-004.
Motion made by Denny, second by Wheeler. We just did it again. We just can undo it. We just haven't called the vote. Any objection to the original motion that was? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you. We'll move to item 8. This is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing portion. And Mr. Irvin.
Good morning. This is an adoption hearing for a large-scale future land use amendment. This subject property is 12.21 acres. It's located approximately about a mile north on State Road 11, north of Spring Garden Avenue on the east side of the road. As you can see, it backs up to Lake Doherty. That is page 8-24 of your agenda packet, which is an aerial. On page 8.23 is a location map, and 8.27 is the actual future land use map that shows the change in designation. This property is similar to what the county has done with 2 other properties in the immediate area. What we're doing is changing the land use so that way we can work within the property owner's desire to use the property, so it will be consistent with those properties to the south and over on the west side, where we'll be changing it such that they can come forward with rural designation on that. It's gone through the Volusia County Growth Management Commission and Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. There were no comments raised there. We have not received any comments from adjacent property owners. There is a companion rezoning that the council approved subject to approval of this back in April of 2018. We did receive the letters from VGMC in May and the DEO on June 1st. So if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Otherwise,
We do have one person. Mark, did you want to speak to this? He's good for right now. If there's any questions later, we'll leave that open for you. Mr. Patterson.
If you close the public hearing,
I closed it except for Mr. Watts if there's questions that come that he needs to answer.
Mr. Chair, I move adoption of ordinance 2018-09, adoption hearing of the large-scale future land use map amendment from the agricultural resource AR designation to the rural R designation on 12.21 acres located at 4145 State Road 11, DeLand, case number CPA-18-005.
Second by Lowry, made by Patterson. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously and all public hearings closed. We will move now to item 10, 9, sorry. I'm trying to get through this one.
okay. Before you today,
And we'll open the public hearing, sorry.
Before you today is a rezoning for a 1,600 square foot property at 190 Spring Garden Ranch Road. This was presented to the PLDRC where some of the residents in the adjoining neighborhoods were expressing some clear problems with the proposed rezoning. The main concerns were tied to the ability to develop the property for mobile homes, whether or not, and pardon me, I'm trying to clear out the annotations that are there. The subject property is kind of got a varied history. It was originally one giant parcel. There were some issues with regards to right-of-way due to the power pole easements that are in there, and is currently zoned A3. And what is being proposed is to take it to the R4. As you can see to the east of the subject property, the area up in there is zoned R4, which allows for single-family residential development. This parcel does not meet the minimum requirements for the A3 zoning. So the property owners have come in and asked us to work with them on doing an amendment to the zoning ordinance. So what we're proposing is taking it to R4 so that way the size of the parcel could be consistent with those properties to the east. As I said, there were some residents who spoke at the PLDRC. We thought we had addressed some of their concerns, but I do believe they're here today to voice similar concerns in regards to not only the ability of the mobile home, but also what is going to be developed on the site. How is it going to be developed? What's going in there? And for the rezoning, we cannot necessarily ascertain that at this point. We can identify that there are some historic trees on the site. There is a utility easement over there, which does restrict the ability of how this property can be developed, and they will have to comply with all those standards when they come forward. There were also questions in regards to, whether or not they would have sufficient area for water and on-site disposal. In other words, a septic tank. And so that would again have to go through the health department to ensure that they can comply with all of those standards. The staff recommended approval, and the PLDRC heard from the public and the responses from staff, and also unanimously recommended approval of the rezoning. As I said, some of the residents who were concerned will be here today to speak. If there's any questions after they've done, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
I have no one who's filling a card out to speak, Clay, so maybe they are not. So with that, I'll close the public hearing. And council, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of rezoning from transitional agricultural A-3 classification to urban single-family residential R4 classification of 16,000 square feet of property located at 190 Spring Garden Ranch Road, Leon Springs, case Z-18-050.
Is there a second? Second, Ms. Cusack. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We will move to item 10. And this too is a public hearing, and the public hearing is open. Mr. Irvin.
Good morning again. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a request to rezone the property to PUD to accommodate 274 multifamily units on a 16-acre parcel located on Martin Luther King Junior Beltway. The subject property is on the west side of the road. It is located within the Southwest Activity Center comprehensive plan area, as well as the SWR and SWC zoning categories. What you see is this parcel, the developers were looking at trying to work within us, the time frame we were doing when we were modifying the DRI that is for this area, but they were running out of time, so they initiated the PUD to get ahead of this curve. So that's why you see that they're not necessarily utilizing the existing zoning that we approved several months ago. Overall, the PUD meets the intent and purpose of what we did with the Southwest Activity Center by creating that specific local plan and modifying it so that that way we could get rid of the area-wide DRI. The property will be developed for multifamily. There will be 274 units. As you can see to the north, there is an existing subdivision as part of the Victoria Park development. The applicant has taken efforts to preserve existing trees along that north property line, also to ensure that the building locations were sufficiently spaced so that there would be no visual impact on the residential development. This is the site plan that is part of the PUD document itself. It would be Exhibit B, and it's on page 1021 of your agenda packet. This shows the generalized layout of the project. Could you turn that, yeah, so that north is at the top? Well, north now is on the right-hand side of the screen. Working from the right-hand to the left-hand side, you'll see that they have the clubhouse and several buildings interior to the site that will be screened. They do have some smaller buildings, what they call carriage houses, which are basically two-bedroom apartments with a garage downstairs and living quarters on the first floor. Those are located a great distance from the north property line. We've required that they provide us with some architectural elevations so we could ensure that the architectural treatment of the buildings is going to be consistent with the area. And what you're seeing there is that's, again, on page 1099 of your agenda packet. That gives you the architectural treatments of the buildings that are going to be out there. And this shows one of the typical large buildings that you saw towards the inside. Overall, staff has reviewed it for compliance with the comprehensive plan, for consistency, also for compliance with the PUD standards, the development requirements, the setbacks, the buffering. ML King, we've coordinated also with the City of DeLand in regards to some of their buffering requirements. So overall, what you're seeing is staff is recommending approval. The item went to the PLDRC. The PLDRC unanimously recommended approval of the proposed rezoning. The applicant is here, and he's going to provide you some greater details about the overall development itself, and we'll take it from there. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Alex? Mr. Ford?
Ford, 145 East Rich Avenue. Do you have any other speaker cards? Do you have any other speaker cards?
That's it. You're it.
In that light, unless y'all have some questions, I think what's been presented might be enough.
Okay.
I'd be happy.
Mr. Patterson?
There's no saying if you talk too much, you end up buying back what you're trying to sell here, sir. Mr. Chair, I move approval of the rezoning from the Southwest Activity Center Community Classification, SRW, to Residential Plan Unit Development, RPUD, classification of a 16-acre property located on Martin Luther King Jr. Beltway, DeLand, case PUD-18-03.
Second by Lowry, made by Patterson. Any objection to the motion? Before I do that, I'll close the public hearing. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 11. Mr. Irvin.
Thank you. This is a
Public hearing.
Public hearing. This is a proposed rezoning to PUD for the from R5 and RC for a 15.4 acre parcel that is located on the North Peninsula. It is in the Ormond by the Sea area. This is a somewhat unique situation because it's actually more of a redevelopment project than anything else. This subject property is the Verona Villas subdivision. The subdivision itself, as you can see from the aerial that is on page 11-59 of your agenda package, it shows that we have 38 lots that are already platted, subdivided, and approved. Improvements are already in place: roadways, water, sewer, and stormwater. So it's already been reviewed, inspected, and approved. They could come in and start getting building permits tomorrow on those 1 through 38 lots right now. The owner of the property is looking to redevelop the site, not necessarily the 38 lots that are there. The 38 lots they are planning to continue to develop as single-family dwelling units. What they're looking for is some latitude in regard to their setbacks so that way they can build larger homes with greater amenities. So what you're seeing is there is going to be some changes in regards to setbacks, in regards to the front, where we would normally require a 25-foot setback. They're going to be requesting 10 to the living space, 20 to the garage. On the side, they are looking for 5 feet, which is consistent with the current R5 zoning. In the rear, where we would normally require 20, they're looking for 10. Again, it's so that they can build a larger home with pools and other amenities on those single-family homes. There was a question that was raised at the PLDRC in regards to the building height, because the PUD specifies 35 feet as the maximum height. That is consistent with the current zoning. So please keep in mind with R5 zoning, it's 35 feet. With the proposed PUD, the single family will also be at 35 feet. There were also questions raised in regards to the capacity of the sanitary sewer system to address the potential impact of this coming online. Based on all correspondence, we're seeing that there is adequate capacity and it should not have any detrimental impacts on that existing facility. The majority of the changes that you're looking at are pertaining to Lot 39, which is the large tract of land that fronts on A1A itself. Looking at the screen, that is from page 11-44 of our packet, and this shows the concept with the condominium being developed. I want to make sure that the record clearly reflects that there was a site plan in for a condominium that was approved and was going through the process, but when the recession hit in 2008, 2009, unfortunately it lapsed and was never developed. And at that point, they could be developed upwards of 53 dwelling units in a condominium development. What this developer and landowner is seeking is the ability to come from that multifamily development and actually utilize it for less intense uses, such as townhomes or single family. They're not certain right now what the market is going to yield and what they should be developing out there in their mind, but they would like to have the opportunity to do so. So what we currently have is a subdivision that's been approved, in place, and right now is candidly an eyesore and is creating a problem because there are cars parked out there all the time. That's creating an issue from a safety perspective. And so the developer is trying to get in and do something with this land. What they're asking for is latitude on that lot 39. If we could go to the aerial again, I also want to point out, because this may be some of the questions that come forward. Immediately across the street, they own that property, which is currently conservation. And I'm trying to get this thing to work. If it's, there we go. What we see here, there we go. And I can't get rid of those green, but this one right here, let's go. That is a World War II submarine watchtower, and as part of their plan to keep that because it is a historical structure, and they're doing everything they can to maintain it and keep it as part of their development. The other aspect is up here. This is a beach access easement that was granted to the residents of Spanish Waters. Spanish Waters is a residential subdivision immediately south. There was a question at the PLDRC as to whether or not, first and foremost, would there be a homeowners association required for Villa Veronas? And the answer is yes. The other aspect of it is, are they going to participate with the maintenance and upkeep of this dune walkover? We have received the actual easement document, and the easement is over to Spanish Waters, and it's for them to maintain. It's my understanding that the applicant is willing to work with the homeowners association from Spanish Waters on that issue. They'll be able to address those questions later on. Staff has reviewed it for compliance with the comprehensive plan, consistency, and overall have come forward with a recommendation of approval to the PLDRC. The PLDRC also unanimously recommended approval of it. So we'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
With that, we have George St. Pierre.
Mr. Chairman, My name is George St. Pierre. I live at 8 Spanish Waters Drive, and I am the president of the Spanish Waters Homeowners Association. And we addressed the zoning board when this issue came up and expressed some concerns that when this changed from the R5 to the RPUD in the single-family dwelling area, that it opened the door primarily to multiple family dwellings, which would be backed up to the houses that are on Spanish Waters Drive. At that time, we were given assurances that this would not be the case, and I assume that those same assurances are in place today. We also have a major concern with the traffic situation that's going to be created by the addition of multiple family dwellings, as well as other potential situations with the property that exists in the northwestern corner of the area which you're now discussing. That area was given approval last year, I believe, for multiple family dwellings, which could have resulted in at least 40, maybe more houses, adding to more traffic. The front sections, both to the north and south of Spanish Waters Drive, are available for condominium buildings. Again, multiple family dwellings that would result in several automobiles. We could be looking upwards to 200 to 300 more cars in our area exiting and entering Spanish Waters Drive. That's a lot of traffic, and I would recommend to this council that they seriously consider looking at the traffic problem that might ensue. Other than that, I think the assurances that have been given us relative to the buildings that might be there are certainly satisfactory by the Spanish Waters Homeowners Association, and would welcome them in our area should that pass, and we're happy with that. It's just that our concerns are at least before this council for some kind of consideration.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's the only card that I had to speak on this issue. I'll close the public hearing. And Clay, did I misunderstand? It was previously zoned for multifamily condo.
Portions of it.
Portions of it. There are 28 lots currently there.
There's 38 single-family lots that have been platted and approved. Then there's a lot 39, which is approximately 3 acres, located along A1A. It does not have any vested development at this point, but at one point it did have an approved plan for a condominium development.
Okay.
And again, in regards to the traffic issues, those issues are addressed through the subdivision planning process. They go through that, and so the 38 lots we cannot address at this point in time because they're basically vested. The critical aspect is the development of lot 39. When it comes on board and they decide what's going to happen, we will get an overall development plan if they're going to subdivide it, or we'll get a site plan. And at that point, we will require a traffic impact analysis to identify what would be done.
Okay. The chair recognizes Ms. Post.
Considering what's been said, I move approval of the resolution, case PUD 18-016, rezoning from urban single-family R5, urban multifamily R8, and resource corridor RC zone classifications to residential plan unit development of 15.44 acres located at 2162 Ocean Shore Boulevard in Ormond Beach.
Second by Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and with that, we will move to item 12. And it too is a public hearing, which we will open the public hearing.
Okay. Just to clarify on that, this is the first of 2 required public hearings because this is a staff-initiated amendment. We request that the second hearing be scheduled for August 21st at a time certain, preferably 10:30. The critical element here we're talking about is a change in how we handle rural event centers. Basically, when we're talking about that, we're discussing wedding barns. That is a social phenomenon which is catching fire, and we're observing that there's quite a few of these operations going on. Overall, when you have an agricultural piece of land and it is a bona fide agricultural use and it has agricultural classification, they are typically exempt from building permitting requirements. So therefore, I, as a farmer, can go out and build a pole barn and will not need a permit for the structure, but will need a permit if I want to tie electric to it. What has occurred is folks are converting barns, which from housing animals, livestock, equipment, etc., to hosting weddings and other types of social events. That in and of itself changes how the building's being occupied. And the main concern that staff has experienced is that we're seeing full-on kitchens, commercial-grade kitchens being put in, male and female restrooms being installed, dance floors, those types of things which are not tied to an agricultural use. So how do we address the fact that we have agricultural lands but structures which are more consistent with an urban setting, or more, actually from a building code, it deals with assembly. So we have put in place a series of standards for properties that have the FR, A1, and A2 zoning in order to ensure that they comply with those requirements. In addition to the building aspect, we've received complaints from adjacent property owners of these folks who are operating these wedding barns in regards to the hours of operation, the level of noise, the parking, and where structures are being placed. So what we've done is we've put in criteria in there that address those same issues. So therefore, we're requiring a minimum of 10 acres. We have setbacks for structures, both permanent and temporary. We have hours of operation, so they're limited to 11 o'clock. We have noise standards in there so that that way if there's any amplified or other noise crossing over that we can correct it through a code enforcement process. And so, and we were requiring that they also have sufficient land to address the parking needs that would be created by this. So as you can see, we've gone through this. We're making sure that we're not penalizing those who have a bona fide agricultural use, but we are requiring for the public safety and the protection of the adjacent property owners very specific standards. This went forward to the PLDRC. There were some questions in regards to how do we handle some of these existing, can we quote unquote grandfather in some of our existing wedding barns? Well, if they weren't permitted in the first place, we can't permit a non-permitted structure or use as a grandfathering. So what we would require is that they have to go through this process, which would be an application to come forward, go through the PLDRC, and wind up in front of you for approval of special exception. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
I have no, I keep trying to go to that microphone that doesn't work. Have no one wishing to comment on this from the public. I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Patterson.
Clay, I know that I approached you on one of my constituents out there that has a wedding barn, but I think that doesn't meet that 10-acre requirement, correct?
No, sir. We've had discussions with the property owner and their attorney. We feel that we can come up with an alternative through the rezoning to PUD process, which may address some of the issues that they're addressing, but we would not be able to authorize it under this.
Okay. And I know agritourism, the state legislature is something, is this part of or of the whole agritourism marketing that's going on?
This is part of our efforts to balance. Okay. When you start working through there, you see the incentives to do agritourism and to encourage folks utilizing their facilities and maximizing agricultural properties. But we also have a life safety issue with regards to the building code. We want to make sure that we don't set up fire traps for folks. And at the same point, we also have to have preservation and protection of those rural areas so that they don't feel the impacts of those operating in those barns.
Mr. Patterson?
Yeah.
Just to clarify for the record, not qualify under the state statute for agritourism.
Okay.
Will address the issue, but it is not the exempt agritourism activity that was provided by Florida statutes.
Okay. Well, since I've got such a large area of my district is in agriculture, this is something that's important to a lot of people in my district. My granddaughter just recently got married last year at a wedding barn, and it was quite a hoedown for a cracker like me. But it is amazing how everybody's going that way. Mr. Chair, I move the schedule of the public hearing for August 21st, 2018 at 10:30 on ordinance 2018-15, providing for the establishment of rural event centers in the Forestry Reserve, FR Prime Ag A1 and Rural Ag A2 zoning classifications.
Motion made by Patterson, seconded by Post. I did close the public hearing. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and the second hearing will be August 21st. Move to item 13.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and handle that from here if you don't mind. But I'll have Mr. Kaysbeer available down there for questions on specific projects. Part of our new team approach here. He's inching closer to the hot seat. I'm just going to start off with, we'll have the normal chart, and I'll highlight some of the significant changes. We're right now with the new Essential Services Warehouse. As you remember, we have to vacate the B1 property over there by Embry-Riddle. So this is an important project to get done. We're in the middle of permitting, and we're going to have a guaranteed maximum price from our contractor here in August. So that's moving right along. You've heard some talk already on the 800 megahertz radio system. We are adding a little bit of time to this process as we go ahead and explore some additional tower sites, but we are moving along with the needs assessment report, and that'll be out shortly. In the community services area, I just was going to highlight that we're in the middle of Hope Place Library construction now. We're expected that to be done on time. We also, Highbridge Park is under construction. Just highlighting down a little bit more on the airport. They've had some rain, 14 days. Remember, they're doing some paving work and stuff out there, and it's very weather intensive. So we're going to be adding a little bit of time to that project. They've done a good job as far as, I think, notifying the public on some of the routing plane changes, and we'll continue to do that. We've had several meetings you've seen, and if you, we could bring forth, I think, the terminal renovations. I think we're ready to bring some more conceptual work to you here shortly on that. We'll get that scheduled probably in August, late August, second meeting. The Ocean Center, that's essentially done with the original scope of work. There was some additional stuff we had identified. That's getting completed here, will be completed in this fourth quarter. The main marquee design is complete, and that project's out to bid. The roof repair, it's been interesting getting roof contractors for several projects, but we have one here, and it's been selected on in June, so that'll be off and running here shortly. So speaking of roofs, the Branch Jail, that was delayed also due to excessive rain in May and June. You don't want to open the roof while it's raining, but we're working on that as we speak. Also, we did award the contract for the Fire Station 36 June 5th. So the timeline for that has been adjusted a little bit, but it'll start here in the fourth quarter, and then it'll finish in the second quarter time frame, sometime after January. Then we move into and by the way, just for the folks, this schedule here and what you have there represents nearly $300 million worth of work, so $292 million. So we are busy. The off-beach parking, there's the 726 Atlantic lot. That got a little bit delayed due to, we had to get some new permitting and stuff with the DEP on the construction line. But that is going to start in the second quarter, and we're moving along on that. And then the other one, 650 North Atlantic, we've already issued a notice to proceed. On that one, we had to do the little delay because of the underground tank removal, some monitoring wells, but that's expected to get started here shortly. The New Smyrna Dunes Boardwalk, as you know, is done. And that was done a little bit ahead of time. LPGA widening project is complete. Our favorite, Veterans Memorial Bridge, that has an official schedule adjustment in there. It's been moved to the third quarter of next year. That's right now due to weather and holiday delays. There'll probably be more to follow on that as we work through with the contractor. But things are moving along. You can see the arches are up and they are gaining some ground from, I think, earlier delays. Turnbull Bay Bridge is well underway, and actually it's anticipated we're going to have an early completion in the first quarter of next fiscal year. West Park Avenue widening, we awarded the contract. You just were part of that, just I think it was last meeting. So that's up, beginning to go. The solid waste operations building is nearing completion. That's looking nice. Maybe we'll have a little bit of a dine at the dump celebration. We get that open. Let's see. And then, of course, you know, we have completed the Southwest Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant. We're now also completed the Normandy Boulevard Reclaimed Water Extension, giving them reclaimed water up into Deltona. And this was mentioned, I think, I'm trying to think what meeting we were at, but someone had asked a question about Deep Creek. The aquifer performance test wells, they're in construction now. They're already 75% complete. You'll remember we partnered a little bit also with some of the other West Side cities on that. So that we'll be getting some data back on that shortly. So that is kind of just an overview. I do want to point out the new project down there, Williamson Boulevard, LPGA to Strickland. Remember, we finally cobbled together the grants from the state and, of course, our contribution from our private partners. So you'll see that is in design. And really what they're doing there is they're just updating a design that was there that's actually going to save a little bit of money. Tad's doing a great job with that. And then we'll be off and running, it looks like, in the second quarter of this coming fiscal year. We'll try to begin construction. Any questions?
Thank you, George. Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the back of the report I look at before I look at the first part of the report, and it's something we haven't seen. When we first initiated this, there were no back pages. Since we've started this report, what, a year and a half ago? How long we've?
Yeah,
a year and a
probably
half?
about a year and a half now.
Two and a half years. What's in the back pages of this report are the completed projects. There's 20, according to looking at these, there might be duplicate pages, but I think there's 20 completed projects on here. So it's not just what we're working on. I think this is really good to see what we've done, what we've completed, because usually when we get, you know, reports, it'll say draft across it. And I looked at this, it says complete across it. That's pretty big. And other than these completed projects, we have, you said, just under $300 million in capital projects ongoing in Volusia County. For anybody that wants to take a look at this at volusia.org, you can find this document. We get updated every quarter. This is huge, George. It's a great guideline. It's a great flow chart of where we are. My only question, and it's very minor, but is on the Marine Discovery Center. Why is this taking so long to get that trailhead in there? We've got the money. We're partners. We've got ECHO grants in it. What is the deal with the Marine Discovery Center and that trailhead? Is there something I can help facilitate, or do we have a roadblock that just shouldn't be there? This one just shouldn't be that difficult.
No, ma'am. Tad Casebir, Volusia County Engineer. The issue on that one, as I understand it, we had to get a lease from the property owner to be able to do the trailhead.
The Marine Discovery Center.
Yes, ma'am. So that took a while. We got that approved. If I recall, it was the last meeting of the prior meeting, and so we're off and going.
That property is actually owned by Florida Fish and Wildlife.
That's what I thought. Okay.
And about a year ago, the sublessee stepped out, and the lease went directly from Florida Fish and Wildlife to the Marine Discovery Center. And then from Marine Discovery Center, we had to get a lease, but we had to get it approved by Florida Fish and Wildlife. So it was about a year and a half of bureaucratic red tape coming from Tallahassee.
I knew that there was an underlying current somewhere, but great, but we're on track, and this is a great addition for all of Volusia County to put a trailhead down there. Thank you, that's all I've got, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Wheeler.
Yes, I would just like to ask, where and does this, for the Marine Science Center building, would this fall into being on this list at all? I mean, this is...
It depends, it can. We've struggled in the past a little bit about, how much do you want on here and not on here. As we've talked, of course, the roof has gone out twice to bid, and we've not been successful, but we're maybe taking a little bit different approach, and we're looking into maybe rolling that in with some of the other repairs and going back out. It would then, I think, make a good project to be on this list. Typically, when they're doing a lot of in-house repairs, one part at a time, it may or may not make the list, but it probably should, given it's a high profile, and we'll get it on there. But we really have struggled getting actually a contractor. Those of you who may not know, in Ponce Inlet, for that type building, you have to have a metal roof, and that's a specialty that we've again, I think we've struggled a little bit in getting either a contractor or getting a contractor at a decent price, because when they realize maybe they're the only game in town.
Yeah.
But we can get that added because of its profile.
I think it's really important. This is what the MSC is the primary mitigation for the federal incidental take permit. So this is an important thing, and we've got some ADA compliant, things that we need to repair. It's been kind of set back, and I have gone through that 2 or 3 times, and really the conditions need to be improved.
I think the big step was when we all met out there with the city officials, because at one point, anytime we even advertised for any work out there, they were so afraid that we were going to do some expansion to the facility, and they were not all of their officials were in favor of that. So I think it took that tour to show them what really needed to get done now. And that's what we're trying to do, is get the facility ready and get it upgraded to where it needs to be. As far as any future of that facility, that would be more for you guys' discussion on where you want to go with it. But in the meantime, you can't mess around. We have things that we have to get done now, and we're working towards.
Yeah, there's a list of immediate concerns,
Exactly.
and the
And a lot of it has
long-term
to
ones.
do, there's, what you have is a lot of volunteer work that was done out there through the years, and we need to upgrade that work. Like I say, it's been almost loved to death, is where you've had a tremendous amount of people that have been out there, worked on it, visited it a lot more than I think was ever anticipated in the beginning. And so, but again, a great staff out there that's worked miracles, but it's time. We got to have some things taken care of, where we take a look, like you say, some of the ramps, some of the inside facilities, some of the, and you have a series of tanks, and you have a series of electrical work and stuff out there that we want to make sure we get everything organized in a little bit better fashion.
Yeah, the long-term things we'll discuss at a later time, but those immediate ones, Volusia County tries to do everything first class and present everything that we do in first class, and just going through that, it doesn't present what I would like Volusia County to show to the public. So if we can get that moved on the list,
we'll put it on the,
to
make
move
sure
it
it's on the
further, I
next
would
one.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
I guess all we need to do is accept it. We don't need to vote on this.
Yeah, it's just a report, and that's it. There's really no acceptance needed, but you certainly would welcome it.
Okay. We accept it, I guess,
Okay.
since it was presented. Now we'll move to item 15. Nope, sorry.
14, and that's the other part of this is, of course, the capital program fits into our overall master plan, which, by the way, to the point earlier, certainly this is a good also place where we'll be talking about the plan and priorities for some of the things you were mentioning about the comp plan.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman and council members, Marilyn Chandler Ford, Director. I'm here with the second quarter 2018 Dynamic Master Plan quarterly update. And in the life cycle of the DMP, you will see the executive summary has grown from 1 page to 3, and that's very typical about this time of year. I'm certainly not going to go through everything. All of these materials are part of the information packet, and they're available to the public as well as yourselves. I can say 23 matrices were updated to reflect accomplishments. The first goal, thriving communities, just to show you the breadth of things that have been accomplished in the county in the last 3 months, second quarter. Votran implemented new bus service on Route 44. You approved contracts for paratransit services to supplement those that are provided in-house by Votran. You accepted an additional $1.28 million in funds, which will help emergency heating bills for low-income people. You did ribbon cutting of the Southwest Regional Advanced Wastewater Treatment Facility. You approved construction contracts for Lake George, the first water access to Lake George at Shell Harbor Park. And then Mr. Rechtenwald had just gone through all the different capital projects in progress. And it's been everything from completion of the Rachel Robinson Play Yard and the reopening of City Island that was damaged during Hurricane Irma, to seawall repairs, to vehicular beach access ramps. There's been a lot of different things. You did a contract for some renovations at Fire Station 36 in Osteen. So there's a variety of things that have been accomplished under thriving communities. The second goal, and there's the capital projects. Second goal, economic and financial vitality. You approved the use of QTI tax refund program for Mystic Powerboats with an expected 71 new jobs. You had a presentation towards job creation in higher wage aviation and aerospace industries. You approved many grants and contracts that produce revenue for things at the airport, such as rental cars, as well as air carriers. You accepted a grant for the ME's office, and you approved a grant for the sheriff's office for the E911 system upgrade. And the last goal, excellence in government. You had partnerships with the city of Edgewater, DeLand, Orange City. You partnered with Florida Department of Transportation. The sheriff's office engaged the community through multiple events. And we've certainly underscored our history and brand. We sank 2 more steel vessels, adding to our artificial reef count, and we've really become known for that. We've done things related to the trails and improving them. And we've met expectations for quality. County government and certain departments have been recognized for finance. They've been recognized for environmental management for their efforts in hazardous waste materials. And a video of underwater monofilament cleaning won a Telly Award in the bronze category for nature and wildlife. So that's just a thumbnail sketch of some of the accomplishments you've had. Any questions?
Ms. Cusack.
Chair, I just want to add that this is all good news. This is the thing that we ought to see sometime in our media, that Volusia County is busy and doing some great work to make a difference in the community in which we serve. Yeah, Volusia County is doing some great work. As we try to be good stewards of our tax dollars, I mean, this is a great story. And I hope that somewhere it will make the front page of the newspaper. Sometime we need to let the citizens know that we're doing some great things here. And it's because of them permitting us to be servants in this county. So I just want to thank you for the presentation, to say to my colleagues, you're doing some great work, and I think that it ought to be recognized by the folk that we represent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It was a great report, and I don't know if Dustin's listening back there, but maybe he could give us a paragraph on that at some point in time of just how good and how the dedicated employees that are carrying this out, the plans that have been set forth over the years by previous councils, and then the execution of what we're doing now by the current administration is just something that people need to see. They need to be aware of, and that we are creating a better place for them. These are items that majority of these have gone through public hearing processes to be approved, and we're making it better. And we're listening to the people so that they can see, if they see this, maybe they will understand that we are listening and helping to provide an efficient use, as you point out, of the tax dollars. That's the main focus. Unless there's anything else, we'll move to the next item, which is 15. Thank you. What? Did somebody tell you?
I said
Well,
break or lunch.
Is it you?
I don't know.
Well,
I think if we could do this item, and then a little bit more natural break point might be after this item.
Well, what about the property appraiser? Larry's here.
Yes.
Maybe
We could do that as well.
Maybe move him now and do this one later, or not?
Well, I think the people are also here for Timber Creek that are from outside as
let's
well,
do it.
so.
We'll do item 15. And this would be Tad?
Sorry. No, it's Jamie.
Sorry.
Mr. Chair, the legal department will be handling this one since it's an amendment to a contract and a new contract. Mr. Kaysbeer will jump in where I incorrectly state some of the engineering aspects.
Fire away. I think all of us have had a pretty good amount of time to examine this, so fire away.
All righty. The first thing I need to do is I need to reference for the clerk that there will be a corrected cover page on the First Amendment. Paragraph 5 references the city's development order as DEV 2017-32. It should read DEV 2017-132. I got a note from the city yesterday to correct that typographical error. All right, what you have before you is two contracts. One is an amendment to a contract approved by the County Council on April 21st, 2016, and I'm going to go over the details of that one first. The original contract provided for two roads, Stagecoach and Timber Creek. The property owner agreed to reserve the right-of-way for those two roads. In exchange for the reservation of the right-of-way, we would compensate them for that right-of-way and for the construction of those roads with impact fee credits. The first segment of Timber Creek was finished last year, and it is the entrance to what is now Margaritaville Latitudes. It comes off LPGA and extends about 4,100 feet. Minto has now, once they've had the success they have with Margaritaville Latitudes, they are looking to buy what is known as Parcel B, which is directly to the north. When they were evaluating their development potential for Parcel B, they made a determination that Stagecoach bifurcating that property would actually adversely affect their development. They made an application to the city of Daytona Beach to remove that road from their comprehensive plan and for some land use amendments. Daytona Beach, working with the county, determined that Stagecoach could potentially be removed. if there was a second reliever road provided. Working with Daytona Beach, we determined that the second reliever road could be an extension of Tournament from its existing terminus at the elementary school, extending north up to State Road 40. So the first document you have here is a one-page amendment which will remove the old exhibit that showed Stagecoach as a thoroughfare road eligible for impact fee credits and a reservation of right-of-way. It will add a provision where they will no longer be compensated for their right-of-way reservation. They are now donating the right-of-way for Timber Creek from Station 165 on the map to Station 243 with no compensation. They're also providing to the county an additional parcel owned by Consolidated Tomoka, which will assist in lining up the existing right-of-way of Timber Creek up by State Road 40 and makes the curve work out a little bit better. It's something that Mr. Casebeer indicated he needed, and they agreed to donate that piece of property to us as well. The other amendment is that all that right-of-way will be deeded no later than April 21st, 2026. That would have been the termination of the existing agreement, so they will deed us the right-of-way no later than then. We will be extending the agreement an additional 10 years for them to construct Timber Creek, or the county may construct. If they construct Timber Creek, then they will get impact fee credits for it. If the county has the funds during that time period and we construct Timber Creek, there will be no impact fees. To assure them that they would have driveway cuts under our existing land development code, we've also amended the agreement to add those provisions as an attachment. That is the first agreement that is on your agenda. The second agreement is a brand new agreement for Tournament Drive. And this one puts the county in a better position than the previous Stagecoach, because they have agreed to donate all of Tournament Drive to the county, including all of the stormwater. Mr. Casebeer worked very carefully with their attorneys to determine that we had sufficient land for the stormwater ponds, and that the land was spaced appropriately so that he didn't have to pipe long distances. So your second agreement essentially will be them donating that right-of-way to us. They will donate it within 90 days of the signature of the agreement. The deeds will go into escrow, and upon approval of the city's comprehensive plan amendment, the deeds will be recorded and the county will have title to that right-of-way. If they construct Tournament Drive in the next 10 years, they will get impact fee credits for the construction. The county is also allowed to construct during that time period, in which impact fees would not be granted if we can find some funding source. The value of the donated right-of-way between the two roads is approximately $2.2 million. That is a significant savings in our impact fee credit account. The other piece to this is that the impact fees, if they do construct either of these two roads, the impact fees must be used within the project vicinity. The project vicinity being parcels A, B, and F as designated on the map. They may not be transferred or sold anywhere else in Zone 1. So we will be assured that any impact fees for those roads will be absorbed within that specific area, which also puts us in a better position for our Zone 1 impact fee fund. I think I've hit all the high points. If Mr. Casebeer has anything to add, and staff definitely recommends approval for both agreements, the amendment and the new Tournament Drive agreement. I believe there are representatives from Minto And from CLTC, I believe Bob Merrill is here. And if you have any questions of the property owners that will be the signatories to this agreement, we did receive the original signature pages yesterday and today. So although it's not attached to the agenda item, they have signed the agreements.
Okay. I do have one individual that had filled a card out to speak on this issue. I'll let her speak at this time in advance of council. Mary Ann Connors.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Mary Ann Connors, 36 Huntmaster Court, Ormond Beach, Florida, resident of Hunter's Ridge, which is in this area and directly affected by what's going on with roads and with the Minto development. I've come here today to ask the council to defer action specifically on the Tournament Drive agreement. I believe that this agreement represents a road alignment that has not been thoroughly vetted and reviewed in the area. I, in fact, will be attending a meeting in Ormond Beach tonight. It is their community vetting process, and it's specific to transportation, and I don't know that this is even on the agenda. I would also be looking for a cost-benefit analysis, a comparison of the existing alignment of Stagecoach as it was originally proposed, and this current alternative. I believe that there are also maybe opportunities for alignments that serve a larger purpose. This road represents a lot more highway and cost for what I see as no discernible traffic benefit. It both begins and ends at points that don't really represent an improvement for traffic purposes. It's being proposed, as I understand it, to skirt a gated community. That's being proposed by Minto, which is why Minto says we don't need this road. But this road is for public transportation. It's not for the benefit of just this area. It's meant to accommodate a larger area. I would be a user of this road. So I would be looking for a road. Originally, I think Stagecoach was supposed to come out around the existing light at Breakaway Trails, and it would take you down where the road comes out now, which is in the commercial area, not less than half a mile from there, necessitating a left-hand turn to go anywhere you want to go for your commercial activities. The terms of the agreement do represent a significant improvement, certainly over the first iteration of this agreement that I stood here many years ago and opposed. But I think that those terms, while they are a benefit, this alignment does not represent the best opportunities for traffic movement for now or for the future. And since I intend to be there a long time, I'm paying attention. So I ask again that action be deferred on the agreement until it has been further attended in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann. The chairman recognizes Ms. Post.
Tad, could you speak to that and the traffic concerns?
Good afternoon. Can you put up the exhibits, show the map? Yeah. It's at the very end. They've got them in there as part of the agreement. Okay.
And also, while we're waiting, specifically the differences between the Stagecoach coming out as opposed to Tournament.
Right, that's why I wanted to pull up the map. I think it's a little bit easier to show it on there. Keep going, just a little bit farther up.
One more.
Right there. Stop. Ooh, go back down a little bit. A little bit more. Right there.
That does it.
That's good. All right. Now, Clay knows how to use this thing. I'm not so sure I'm good at it. But down here on the bottom in green, that's the Timber Creek extension that would be put in as a part of this.
I think you're gonna have to mark that on the.
It's showing up in green.
It should show up on the screen if you mark it.
It's green right there.
Showing
Very bottom. okay? And the Stagecoach, change it over to yellow, and I'm sure I don't have the exact tie-in point correct, but it came down and cut diagonally. When you move it, there you go. All right. Comes in approximately in that area. Obviously, it's a little bit different than that because it doesn't go through the white line or through the wetlands. My skill with drawing on this will hopefully improve over the years. But so Stagecoach was the yellow line that cut through and then tied into Timber Creek down midway through, and then together they moved down to LPGA. So by taking this out, what you've done is the traffic then either has to go east all the way over to Timber Creek at State Road 40 and then come south, or potentially head west and then go over to Tournament Drive and make that longer route down. Let's see. Is there a way to clear it? Either way, scroll down if you would a little bit. Right there. Whoop. All right, on this side over here, you can see that is Timber Creek as it comes through right now. You've got Tournament comes down over here on this side. So it does come back down to LPGA, makes that connection there. Instead of coming through as a joint road on Timber Creek, you've spread the traffic out potentially over the two different road sections. Obviously, the bottleneck at that point just transfers down to LPGA, but you are giving alternate routes for traffic. One of the things we really like about Timber Creek is it does provide an alternative means going from State Road 40 down to the LPGA area, as opposed to just being stuck with the interstate or Williamson, which we know is constrained, which is why we're working towards widening it. Obviously, when that gets widened, that takes some of the pressure off, but having something on that western side helps to move that traffic through there. As you see through most well-planned cities, DeLand, for example, the more routes that you give traffic, the easier it is for them to move around. So they will find the best ways to get there as quick as they possibly can. So we think certainly Timber Creek is vital, and we're happy to make the adjustments to that current agreement. With regard to Stagecoach versus Tournament, it's my philosophy, if we can provide an alternate route, not tie all that traffic back into Timber Creek, and then put all that pressure on Timber Creek with all the units that are going in as a part of the Margaritaville Latitudes project down there, I think that's all the better. Obviously, there's going to be more development to the west of Tournament with the Mosaic development and potentially others. I think that's part of the reason it makes sense to shift that west instead of trying to put all that traffic on State Road 40 headed east and over to Stagecoach and then down. So we think that this provides a lot of different opportunities for the traffic to move through. It doesn't just account for the growth that we see here, but growth even beyond that, even as Hunters Ridge itself develops further west and north. So.
Thank you. So in considering everything that you just said and addressing and looking forward, looking ahead to the traffic from those areas currently under development, I know a number of the concerns that I've had from residents in that area, and I'll tell you, I actually live in the south of there off of LPGA in those neighborhoods, so very familiar with the traffic along LPGA. But a lot of the concerns I've heard from Ormond residents as well and Daytona residents is the impact that we're having there from the development. So in looking at that and looking ahead, and the fact that we need to address the future corridor through to the State Road 40, and also including in there the donation of the $2.2 million for the right-of-way, the stormwater, and some land with no compensation and no impact fee credits. That certainly piqued my interest as well. I move to approve the amendment to Timber Creek Road right-of-way agreement and Tournament Drive right-of-way agreement with Consolidated Tomoka Land Company.
Motion made by Post, second by Wheeler. Just a couple of comments. Ormond Beach is now going to be the suffering beneficiary of actions that was made by their commission in 99 and 2000 by causing the property to be annexed into Daytona Beach. As such, they're still suffering, so those of you who are going to be I better stop there. It's really a bad situation because that technically Ormond Beach is going to be impacted by this. I think relocating it further west actually helps to decrease the impact of it coming out at Breakaway, because the area from Breakaway Trails up to Timber Creek is already crowded as it is, which also makes us point out an issue which has been in the news a lot lately, and that is the little bridge over the outstanding Florida waterway of the Little Tomoka River, whose headwaters are at the dump. I never understood that one, but Reed Hughes got it done, so we'll suffer for that one as well. But that puts another emphasis on that, because what will actually happen, that road will be being used a lot more on people who want to go north, people possibly who want to go north to the Interstate 95 from those communities, or even come to my little home area of Ormond Beach and eat and enjoy the hospitality of Ormond Beach. So it will give that right of way. Going further west, like I said, I think is probably better. Then you add in the financial gains that we do benefit from. But it's what it is. I think it's probably a good compromise. Motion's made and seconded. Any other additional discussion or questions? Any objection to the motion? And the motion passes unanimous, and we'll close the book on that one. Do we want to let Larry come up, or, Larry, you win over lunch, so, okay, as long as you have great news. Oh, if you got that briefcase full of things to say, you might want to leave it sitting there. Don't open the briefcase.
It's going to go into a side pocket. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members, Larry Bartlett, property appraiser. I want to tell you it's a great time to be the property appraiser. Values are up, and it's a seller's market. Times are booming. It's no real surprise. It's a great place to live and have a business. I like the little rocket ship here. Realtor.com has indicated that Daytona Beach is 8th in the whole country as far as small cities ready to take off. And this is a just value comparison that shows that we are close to our all-time record high of just values in 2007, and that if things keep going the way they are now, we should surpass that in 3 years. This is a graph that I've used before. I like it because got the little skier there. This is what a bubble looks like. And the sort of the orange part of the graph shows that where we'd be with a steady 4.5% growth. And as you can see, we have now surpassed that over on the right-hand side of the graph. And I've been asked, well, are we heading back to a new bubble? And I don't know. I don't think it'll be the same bubble that we had before, because lenders aren't just throwing money at people. But, you know, I think growth is good if it's controlled growth. Okay, this is more good news. And I'll let you look at that. I think you all have copies of this, so I'm not going to go through this because you can look at it at your leisure. And of course, we've got lunch looming in the near future. All right, this is the change in the taxable values for the cities. As you can see, more good news. I'll just point out DeLand is 10.4%. The land is now my adopted city, so I try to look after the land. And this is the change in the various funds that the county is going to enjoy. I think this 9.1% made it into the newspaper, and of course that's nothing but good news. Okay, I have been asked over the past year and a half about One Daytona and what's happening with One Daytona. So I figured I'd come talk to you about it. This is, as you can see, just values have climbed steadily. And 2018, we have almost $28 million in new construction, which is going to generate over $204,000 for the county revenues. If you'll go to the packet that I provided and look at the page after this slide right here, I decided I'd go ahead and add this to it, but it didn't have time to make it in for last Friday's presentation for today. But I thought the council would be interested in knowing what the general fund revenues have been from One Daytona since 2015. And as you can see, they've risen steadily, and we're looking at over $512,000 in revenue for this year. And I guess it's being passed out right now, so I'll just stand here for a second. If you're looking for it, it's right before the. Okay, good. So, give you a second to digest that, but then after that, I have presentations ready for Amendment 1, which is the increase in the homestead exemption, and of course Amendment 2, which is the proposal to extend the 10% cap for non-homestead properties. But you know, I've talked about that at length previously. I can talk about it right now if you'd like, but you can look at it. It's all there. One thing that I'd like to point out, and that's the study we did to see how this would affect the cities. And our study indicated that almost everybody in Ponce Inlet will get the benefit of this proposed $25,000 increase, and very few people in Holly Hill will get the benefit of this increase. So, you know, it's I've tried to explain to the voters in Volusia County what they'll actually be voting for, because not everybody is going to get the benefit of this homestead increase, exemption increase. So that's, I mean, I could go on at length about that, and certainly the proposal to extend the 10% cap for the non-homestead properties, but I think you know where I'm coming from on that. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. But I understand that you know, I'm butting up against lunch, and I'm not getting in the way of that train. So, any questions?
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I think this is so important. We need to take the time to really digest and dive into this, because we have listeners that need to be aware of what the impact of this $25,000 exemption will be. And so even though lunch is waiting, this is more important to us at this time, that we have a thorough, in-depth discussion about the impact of this amendment. I just think it's too important for us to rush through it.
I'm voting against it. But that's just me. Ms. Dennis, I'm voting against it just for just for the record,
Just saying.
just saying.
Do we want to take a vote right now and just call it a day for the?
And
I
tell
think
them
we could fix it right now, Larry.
I voted against the original one, but, so that's just me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Larry, I really like your choice of words here in the tax shift.
Well, I got that from a friend of mine on the council.
Did you get that? So this amendment has been entitled Shift Happens because it's not a tax cut. It's not a tax cut, it's a tax shift. And in the Senate bill, you know, in the House and the Senate, they have to give a fiscal impact analysis in the back of it. And in the Senate bill, fiscal impact actually says this is not a tax cut, it is a tax shift to the commercial properties and other residents. So lest anybody get away saying that this is a cut, it is not, it's a shift. And what this will do, and we're going to see this probably in the next couple of years, it's going to create more of an adversarial relationship statewide, between counties and our municipalities, and trying to keep our quality of services that we want to. So then should a municipality or a county, and I'm talking statewide, not just Volusia, have to raise their millage just to keep the service levels where they are currently, and then we get branded with raising taxes at that time, the truth of it is the state that shifted the tax burden to certain homeowners and commercial properties, and now we will have to balance that as counties and the cities to maintain just where we are now. Forget, we haven't even talked about increasing our core services, which we need to do. We all need to address that. So this has impacts that we're not going to see for the next year, 2 years, 3 years, should this pass. But this puts us in a precarious situation, is a kind word for it. But it is a tax shift. It's not a tax cut. Thank you.
I think Larry has done a good job of pointing that out. I know I've talked to several people where you have attended different events, different chambers, and different economic groups, and people are recognizing it. And if you look, and I think the easiest comparison there is to say who in Holly Hill is going to benefit, who in Ponce Inlet is going to benefit. And so what you're seeing is those who don't really necessarily have the abundance of high-valued property are not going to benefit. Those who have the higher values are the ones that are going to benefit by shifting it. And I've talked to people who own $1 million, $1.5 million worth of property. He's voting against it because he's saying, I don't need to shift. He said the same thing. He said, why shift it to me who can afford from those? And because when we have to raise the fees, which will have to be done, people need to understand that. If this passes, we will have no choice but by 2020 increase taxes by probably at least 5-6% minimum. Just to maintain where we are.
Well, as I pointed out in various talks, I've said that the county with the highest millage in Florida is Alachua County. And why is that? Well, the University of Florida owns so much property in Alachua County that it reduces the tax base. And when the tax base is reduced, as will happen if this increase in the homestead exemption is passed, then everybody else in the county has to pick up the slack. So when you reduce the tax base, everybody has to pick up the slack. Exactly what you're saying, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Ms. Post.
So I think what we're getting at is the people who need that money the most, who need the tax break the most, will most likely not actually get it.
I think that's correct.
In the poverty areas, and yet we'll be taking money away from the counties for services. So it's going to greater impact. So that is the message that we need to be getting out. And I greatly appreciate you coming again, because I know you've discussed this with us before in public, and we need this in the public forum, and we need to be continuously putting it out there. And I know you've been going to those meetings and things. And
doing my best to get the message out.
We need to just keep saying it keep saying it, because it's the people who need the break the most that are not going to get it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry, appreciate it. And with that, we're going to recess for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30?
Sounds good.
Be back at 1:30.
we got it. Checking 1, 2. Excuse me. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing the microphones on the dais. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 2, 1. Check, check, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. It was at the clerk position. Do it from the clerk's position. Will do. I'm on my way. Now you want me to hit the mute off, not the master mute. Yep. And bye. Good. Yeah, we got it. How about if I hit the master mute? You know, the mute everything. Well, that is strange, because that's what we were doing this morning, you and I. Yeah, I was hitting both. I was trying everything I could try. I do. I don't recall, to be honest with you. That's a very, because I know that whenever I do that, I usually go in and recycle everything behind what I do.
All right.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. I just changed.
Yeah, we're gonna do it right now. Okay, we're unmuted. We're unmuted. Let's go ahead and check all the microphones. Okay. All right, I got mics all unmute. That's working.
Check, check. Check, check.
Check.
Check, check. Check, check. Check.
Affect the wireless or podium.
Check.
That's what.
Check. Check. Check, check. 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 Check, check. Check, check. About, how about these? Yeah, check, 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 check.
Two minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 1 minute. Count. Test one, test one, test 1, 2, test. This is the test of the emergency broadcasting system. The program you expected to hear at this time is no longer available. We are required by the FCC to conduct this once a month. Where are our people? We need one more. Miss Post.
You as well.
It is 1:30. What's that? You don't, They're not muted now. Good afternoon. It is 1:31. We will call the meeting back to order. At this time, we'll call the meeting back to order and we'll go to item 17. Well, I feel like Rodney Dangerfield here. I get no respect.
Okay.
Our audio equipment is now working. Fred, if you and Dan would like to join us, we'll start the meeting.
No more sugar.
Okay.
No more sugar for you.
Oh, there we go.
Now then. Well, we don't have, no, we don't have to do that. George, are you ready?
All right, rein it in, people.
Not quite. We're waiting for Tammy to get down here.
For who?
But we could, Tammy Bong, your budget director, which is this item is your trim rate. So hold on.
Well, let's see. There's not much.
She's walking right around the corner. Okay. But I
would
can get
sing that
started
song.
with a little introduction. With this item today, we're going to go ahead and talk about the trim rate, but we do have a little bit of an overview that the budget department and the CFO prepared. I will say, in my transmittal to all the council, we put together the budget with the assumption of the rollback rate in the general fund. We also had done the 5-year forecast. You saw some of the scenarios, and today we're prepared, if need, depending on where the conversation goes. We have other abilities to look at things, some what-ifs, because in the future in particular, we do have some unknowns. And that's just what we want to make sure that, we're very solid this year, but what are the unknowns coming in the following years? And of course, Larry brought up the tax shift. What would be the effect of that? The form of our government, what could be the effect of that? Mr. Patterson has worked very diligently with the Sunrail Committee. We don't know. All we've seen so far, and that might be a couple years out, when we're actually responsible for some of those costs. But, when we've asked for operating costs, when we finally received them from the DOT, they were significantly higher than anything we had planned on. So that's not contemplated. It's kind of, those are some unknowns, and maybe as they're known, in future, we'll have to definitely take care of some of those items. So what you have before you, and Tammy will go over a little bit of that, is, well, today, we have, based on what we do know, and that allowed from your guys' previous discussions, we could prepare at least the beginning with a rollback on the general fund rate. So I'm going to let Tammy go through what they prepared, and a little bit of overlap with what Larry had said on the values. But I just think it's for the public to just, again, get an idea of what's out there and what we're facing. A lot of good work, and I spoke the other day to the Halifax Civically, I've said it here before, to even be able to discuss this in the way we are, I think it's a lot of great work that got us here over the past few years. By previous councils, this council, staff, who really have rowed the boat in unison with what we've wanted to do. But we do have needs, and we'll talk more about that, but we need to hear your direction next meeting. And that's very, very important that we start that process. And then, from what we said before, I think out of that meeting, there will be things we'll be coming back to you with, but I would also like to have each of the departments, especially the major ones, be able to express, through the year in the form of these mini budget workshops that we used to do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tammy, our budget director, our award-winning budget department and director.
The best team ever behind me. Good afternoon, Tammy Bong, Budget and Administrative Services Director. As I usually do, I'm going to speak fast unless you ask me to slow down and have a specific question. I'll be happy to do that for you. The first slide we're going to show you.
Excuse me, there he is. Mr. Chair, as we go through this, And thank you for saying that, Tammy. Can we just agree that if we've got a question, can we work that in while she's presenting, Mr. Chair, so we don't wait till the end and then back up?
Does that work better? Whatever works best for everyone. Just be recognized so that we don't all try to talk over each other. Just if you put your light on, I will recognize you. No. I'll recognize you without your light on, because you're always shining.
Okay, I'm going to go. This chart is in your budget message, so you may have already seen this one, but I wanted to just bring it to your attention. Again, as noted, that the taxable values have not fully recovered to the pre-bubble of 2007, although we are at the 2009 levels. This is a chart that is an illustration of construction, new construction, meaning new tax dollars into our tax roll, and what is reassessments. So you will see the yellow line is the new construction. Of course, that margin on that line is a little less than the reassessment. The reassessment is very similar to your change, your total change in taxable value. So that pretty well is demonstrating that the change that you're seeing has to do with reassessments. So it's changing the homeowner's value. So what is our county made up of? 67% is residential. And having it demonstrated at that high level means that it's hard to have growth in the residential area because you have things that are put in place. You have Save Our Homes, you have exemptions and so forth. So the residential is the biggest component of your total tax base. Whereas your commercial, which is the area that you would want to expand on, is at your 20%. This is a great chart to demonstrate really your residential. It's not the best news just because we're saying that 60% of your property are individuals whose home value is less than $100,000. And if you think about going one step over, 77% of all your residential is under $150,000. So when you multiply against your tax rate, that group is not generating a lot of the dollars. So this is a chart that we tried to demonstrate the complex of this budget. The total operating budget is $768 million, and the property taxes represent about 35% of the total. So where does the rest of the other monies come from? Well, property taxes has to deal with primarily 10 funds, and about half of them are countywide in nature, and they generate everything from your general fund, your library, your ECHO, and your Forever Fund. And that's the area that's shaded in that peach kind of color, and they provide services that are general government services in nature. So it's everything from public safety to health to things that you are state mandated to do, type activities. And then over in what we call the light green area are the special district areas, meaning I have to have a very specific purpose for the money that's coming in these areas, and it can only be spent in that very specific area. So we do have taxing funds in that area, but again, you have to live within the boundaries of that taxing district to receive that benefit. And that would be fire, your MSD, your mosquito control, and your Port Authority. So the difference between the two, countywide, everybody pays on that tax bill. If you live in these specific areas, you're going to pay these others. And then at the bottom is your dark blue. And this is 36% of your total budget, is really things that are considered business-type activities. They're there to perform a specific task, and they're there for the communities, such as your airport, your ocean center, and your enterprise funds for the most part. Yes, ma'am. So your total budget, again, is $768 million. Taxes is about 35%, so the rest of it is made up of all these various different things on this pie. One last thing I just wanted to bring to your attention, out of that tax dollars, we spend 6.6, we don't really spend it, we transfer it right back to those cities for those CRAs. So we collect it on their behalf, and then we submit it to them. But it is part of our total taxes. So the general fund, since 2006-07, the rate has been at rollback 4 times, and it has been under rollback 4 times. So this is an illustration of just your 5-year trend of your general fund millage rate and the continuing decline of that rate. So taking a look at just your general fund and what impact that has on your residential homeowner is, we did a 10-year comparison. So if we recall, we just said 60% of our homes are valued $100,000 or less in this fiscal year. Well, in 2009, it was that piece of the part of the chart was at 47%. So that means more people are being added to being under the $100,000 mark. So their values have gone down. And you would expect that, one, because we had an additional homestead exemption added during this 10-year time frame. So that kind of makes sense. But we're looking to try to recover from that. The average taxable value between the two are very similar, within a few $1,000 to be honest with you. But the homeowner paid in 2009 $526. Today we're estimating taxes based upon the rate of the rollback at $622. So if we go back and take the 526 and we grow it just by CPI, and the average is about 1.9 to 2%, it generates $636. So if you were looking to say, I just want to recover the normal growth of government, and the 636 would be that number. So it's just for illustration purposes to let you know where we stand with our rate. So taking that one step further in another visual manner, this is a line chart of your budgeted general fund taxes. Again, you go from 2009, what was that, $158 million. That blue line represents, I'm growing it by CPI, and where would be my ending conclusion? And we are well underneath that ending conclusion with our recommended millage rate and the associated tax dollars. So the next one is, I'm trying to demonstrate how we allocate the taxes and what are the things that we provide with ad valorem taxes in the general fund. So this is an illustration to try to communicate this to the public. Well, your number one thing, of course, is going to be your core governmental services or public safety type activities. So about 70% of the taxes that are generated in your general fund is for those efforts. So 70% goes to public safety. And then we have other things that are state mandated, things that come into our government and right back out as the CRAs as an example. So there are various things on this chart. I won't read every single one of them, but this is just an illustration to try to demonstrate we have $185 million and how are we allocating that money out. As in previous years, we always went through the role of, this is my new tax dollars, and how are we spending it? Because we don't have additional assessment being recognized in this year's budget because we went to rollback, and rollback is I'm generating the same taxes as last year with the exception of new construction. So this demonstrates just new construction. So we've estimated about a $3 million is the direct relationship to new construction. So out of the $3 million, right off the bat, you have to reduce it by the amount that you're forwarding right back to a city for the CRAs. The next is the concept of new construction is supposed to be for new service levels or new demands on your programs and so forth because population has increased. So again, VOTRAN, we're addressing that with the route in Deltona. And that financial obligation is right around $300,000. And then the last part was the sheriff of 2.2. That represents just a portion of that sheriff's increased budget in the general fund. So it's good to point out that when you look at a budget, sometimes there are things within a budget that are just one time, meaning I'm using either reserves or another name, fund balance, to allocate for a purpose. And this budget does have general fund money, which is fund balance, being used to fund county improvements. Or this is how the money that we're transferring to all your capital projects. So we have $4.9 million of one-time money being appropriated in 19's budget for that effort. So it's not coming out of your tax dollars that's being allocated this year. It's coming from prior year's fund balance. So now we're to the point of the slide that is really the requirement of today. Today is all statute driven. This is right out of Florida Statute 200. The trim rates that you establish today can only go down. They can't go up after whatever level you determine today. We have to do this by August 4th. So we always do it the second meeting in July, or if we're lucky enough to have one meeting in August, we'll maybe hit that one. But it has to be submitted to your property appraiser by the 4th of August. And then he has to then take whatever you have told him, and then he puts it out on a trim notice, a notice of impact change, and that gets mailed out by August 24th. So then we'll start receiving phone calls from the community, most likely, because of the change in the values and so forth. And then by statute as well, we have to have a public hearing between September 3rd and the 18th, and we're going to fulfill that with our September 4th, and hopefully you'll confirm that as one of the action items today. And then with the 15 days of that meeting, we have to advertise it. We have to put it in the local newspaper. We have to tell them when the second public hearing is.
Excuse me just a minute.
Yes.
George?
I'll wait till she's done with the slide. Go ahead.
Okay.
And then 2 to 5 days, you must have your final public hearing after you've advertised that information. So as demonstrated and communicated to you, the recommended millage rates are on your screen. Your general fund is at your rollback rate of 5.6944 mils. Everything else is pretty much the same as last year, except for Volusia Forever. And the difference between those two is whatever's required for your debt service gets made first, and the remaining part of that millage rate is then used for operating purposes. So your voted debt service is going to be at 0.1006.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Ms. Dennis?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you back up to the slide 10, the allocation of the general fund? There you were, that one. Can you don't, I know you don't have it now, but can you forward to us the percentage increase or decrease in all of those categories from 2018
to 19?
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, from the previous, this is where
Previous
we are
slide
now?
to
but
where it is
previously-
now.
Yeah, and can you, on all of those categories, can you just add from 2018, an increase or decrease in percentage-wise?
Sure can.
For that, I'd appreciate it. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like that too.
Sure. I'll be happy to send it to all of you.
Continue.
Okay. So what I'm going to do at the end of the discussion and dialogue, we'll have to approve the rates. You can either do that based upon what's presented and approve them as a whole, or if you don't feel you have consensus on that, then we'll read each one separately. But for the general public, I'm just going to read the rates into the record so we have them for your dialogue forthcoming. So your general fund millage rate is presented today at 5.6944. Your library is presented at 0.5520. Your Volusia Forever is presented at 0.0994. Volusia Echo is presented at 0.20. And your Volusia debt service, Volusia Forever debt service is at 0.1006. East Volusia Mosquito Control District is a 0.1880. And Ponce de Leon Port Authority is 0.0929. Your MSD, Municipal Service District Fund, is 2.2399. Silver Sands Bethune is at 0.0150. And Fire Rescue Services District is at 4.0815. Again, majority of those are at the current rate that is in FY18's budget.
The chair recognizes Fred Lowry.
I just wanted to be sure on when it says rollback, we're talking about a complete rollback, a full rollback, not a partial.
That is correct. The general fund is presented at full rollback at 5.6944.
Thank you.
you were still up.
No, that's okay. Is that actually a decrease, the budget rate variance?
Yes, ma'am. This year's millage rate is 6.1000.
Right.
And the recommended rate, that would be a 0.4056 rate reduction.
So it's full rollback plus a reduction?
No, it's full rollback,
Full back.
which is a reduction in the general fund, yes.
Okay, that I understood, but the rate variance is what threw me. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I understand. Thank you.
If you add that, you get 6.1. George?
Yeah, now that she's completed with this one, I wanted to just make a couple points to, we have prepared other things if you want to discuss, depending on where your discussion goes. We have some other looks at this. The other thing I want to do is go back to slide 6, which was the operating budget pie. And I don't want to gloss over, the importance of, what the general fund makes up, but also the CRAs. You talked earlier today about the shift, and again, what they do, of course, is put the burden on you guys because you don't have a choice. So just keep that in mind. And I say that only because you should get some credit from the cities, when we're helping them out. I mean, whether you believe in them or not, you definitely need credit for that because you're taking the hit on your millage and turning it on. They could do the same thing, They could go ahead and not use this and increase their own millage. And I am, you've seen some of them. I think are not doing what we're doing here today. So they're raising their actual millage rates. The other thing I wanted to point out, and we've talked a lot about this, is the importance of how a lot of your enterprise funds, Votran, of course, takes money from the general fund, but your transportation, your solid waste, your airport, your utility, they're run very much like a business, and they don't take anything. That's different than cities as well. Cities often can take money from like their utilities and stuff. We roll ours back in, and that's what allows us to run these things in a way that we have money for when we need to help out and maybe some sort of economic development project or help a city get started. Things like solid waste, what an asset to this county to be able to have, very cost-effective disposal. So the main thing is they don't drag any from the general fund, with the exception, of course, Votran does come somewhat out of the general fund. But the others are run that way, and I think that's been a good policy that's, again, helped us to be able to even have these kind of discussions. I just wanted to point that out as we were flying kind of over that, because this is the part where the rubber meets the road for all these people in the audience. This is what they're making that work, your department heads and division heads, and just want to give them a little credit.
I just want just a couple of comments, because in my my discussion with George and staff, I was one that expressed concern. I still have concern about going to a full rollback because of some of the things that were pointed out. I know the consensus of the discussion that we had here was that we were going to come back and get a proposal, although we had looked at the 3 different scenarios originally a month or so ago, which was holding the line, partial rollback, and full rollback. And as Ms. Denny's pointed out, it's great to be able, or someone, I think it was you, that pointed out, it's great to be able to be in this position to do this. My real concern is, yes, we probably are in the financial condition because of all the things that have been done over the last several years to be in that position. I just, from a financial management projection standpoint, I just don't feel safe in doing that. I'm not as much worried about the extra $25,000 as I am. That is important. That's almost $8 million hit if it does pass. Who is that? Do you have 3 of those sneezes? My wife has 3 at a time. But it does concern me going forward. And then you pointed out things that we'll be facing in, 2021 with Sunrail. I think that's when that
You'll find the bill starts hitting, yes.
bills start coming in on Sunrail. And if you look at the scenario, if it passes, which we'll know November 6th or thereabouts, we will have to start making plans that in 2019 and 2020, we're going to be going up even higher than we are at rollback. And there again, it will be that tax shift. I don't know that we would find out anything now between now if we set the millage and September 4th, probably not, because the votes will not have happened. It's unfortunate that we don't have that information. But with that and going to zero, which I'm supported it only because you've done a great job of having the funds there. Sometimes I'd like to have money in my pocket and maybe not spend it, but that's, again, a personal preference on that part of it. And then when you look around and you say, well, what's going to happen by 2020, you're going to have the mother lode of all tax increases that we will face with the right scenario. And I am only one vote. I had asked, and George has them. I knew what they were. The other part that is really scary to me is the reserve amount we have is 7-point-something%, 7.4, 7.5 in emergency reserve fund. That's half of probably what I think we should be at. I know traditionally you want to be at 10 or 12 or something like that. It's recommended by other financial people that you should be at 20% for coastal cities, coastal communities. As we saw, we've put out $50 million in 2 hurricanes. I'm rounding up or off or rounding about thereabouts. We have over $25 or $26 million outstanding for FEMA now, thereabouts. Is that, Donna, is that close?
That's pretty close. Forgot one.
It's close. I mean,
It's probably closer to 30 million still outstanding. We've gotten 13 in,
Right.
basically.
So we have $30 million outstanding. Now, what if we had, I don't like to do the what ifs, but I mean, you kind of have to be prepared for emergency. Would we have the funding if we took another $20 or $25 million hit, hurricane, or some kind of other disaster? I'm sure you could borrow it, I guess. But
well, there's 2 factors. There's speed and volume, and the thing. I would definitely say it could slow us down, because one of the things that's bad financially when you have these storms, you think about the Ocean Center. We spent $80 million over about a 5-6 year period. You spent $30 million in 2 months. When you do a storm cleanup, it's the speed part, it's the cash flow issue that starts. You have to be careful of that. So we might be able to cover it, but we might have to slow it down. It would be one point.
I guess if nothing else, what I'm pointing out is concerns that I have that are genuine. The biggest one, obviously, is the extra $25,000. We could eliminate all the CRAs and tell them they have to go away, and we'll get $6.6 million from those. We can't do that. I think CRAs are effective where they go out and produce and work the way they're intended. They increase the revenue. They increase the value of the properties surrounding those. And I did a little short study on surrounding properties around the CRA to see the value that property increased, which we do receive revenue from, that we don't receive, but because of the money spent in the CRA, the value is.
And my point to point that out was just to give you guys credit, because at the end of the day, I don't think we, as the county, sometimes get all the credit that we should. But like I said, I just pointed out because we talked about the shift, and a little bit of, in a way, that's where, we're taking it. It's on our tax bill that you guys sign off on, and then they get it back, and then they get to use it. So, yes, it can be very effective, but, I'm just pointing out that they could set up their own type system if they so choose. So and that's my only point. They definitely have been very effective in some areas.
If we have our current reserve, let's see, if we maintain the rate, our reserves would be at about $10 million. I'm rounding somewhere there on that. That's again from memory of a month ago or so. It's our reserve right now will be 7 point something. Pardon?
You're asking what the reserve would be,
If
not, you're talking about percentage.
right.
Or emergency
No,
reserves.
the dollar amount. I think right now we're saying that,
Okay.
was it 7 point something percent
It was, well, we're at,
currently?
okay, for the 18-19 under rollback, if I've got this right, it's around 8.7%.
8.7.
Okay, if you were to go to the current rate, you would be at 10%.
Right.
For lack of a better word, with some money left over to decide what to do with it. In other words, you'd have some money to decide towards some capital projects or whatever you wanted to do.
So if we go to rollback, the percent of reserve would be 8.6 instead of 7 point something? Pardon?
8.7%, yeah, because the last we had done was on we've revised the number since we've got the new property values, and so we're at 8.7%.
We didn't have that when we saw those
Yeah, we
figures
just
were
had some,
presented.
we didn't have all those numbers. We were probably around 7.9 at the 5-year forecast,
Okay.
something like that.
That's what I knew it was
Yeah,
7. So
that's
now
what
it's
it
going to
was.
be, at the rollback, we're going to be at 8.6, 8.7. Well, that's not that far off of 10. It's a little bit off. A little bit better. I've got a few more things, Dr. Lowry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, okay. I guess I'm kind of thinking a little bit different on this. To me, I'm really for the full rollback because I'm seeing those bills in 2020 or whatever, they're going to be there regardless. And if we continue to let things go and it would be really raising people's taxes, we're going to get, it's kind of like when you get a raise in your family. The first year it's fun, but then you start learning that you spend that. And then after a while, it isn't like you got a raise, you're spending it. And then we get in 2020 and we have to increase, then we're increasing on top of an increase. And to me, having gone to zero debt gives us great potential, and also being able to tighten our belt now gives us a potential of being able to loosen it maybe later on if we do have an unforeseen thing. And $3 million one way or another, honestly, in a reserve when it comes to $30 million for a hurricane or whatever. And the thing I think we forget about too is, yeah, we went through 2 hurricanes, but so did our citizens, and a lot of them are still struggling and still trying to deal with those things, and they can't change millage rates. They got their paycheck, and a lot of times they had smaller paychecks because they were trying to repair their houses and trying to get things fixed. So I think we forget sometimes that our citizens went through those 2 hurricanes too, and so those are my thoughts on that, and that's why I'm excited about where we're at. To have zero debt, I'm so excited about that because that gives us so much potential in case something comes along, but also gives us great potential in case something bad comes along too. That we would be able to have a safety net there too. If we had high debt like a lot of counties do, and then we got into a struggle, it's just like at your home. You know, you got a lot of debt at your house, and you don't have much potential to do much. And when a setback comes along, it's devastating. And so those are my thoughts on that. I understand the reserve part and so forth, but I think we need to help our folks out. And that's just my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Patterson.
The kind of things that I'm concerned about is in that last storm, we ended up going into a lot of neighborhoods that had private roads and cleaning them up, knowing that we probably weren't going to get the money back. And if we have another storm like that, we could have a real problem. So we're going to kind of roll the dice here, basically, to decide how much risk do we want to take and how much risk are we really going to take. I mean, I'm in favor to go into the full rollback. I guess I'm a little bit of a risk taker, a little bit more than some, but it's something we're going to have to really deal with. We may have to make decisions at that time and literally tell people, sorry, we came in and rescued you and cleaned up your yards and that, but this time we can't do it unless FEMA starts being a little more generous.
I just felt like it would be necessary to point out some of these scenarios to the public to know that we are discussing them. We are aware of the what ifs. You don't really necessarily want to plan, but you also can prepare the people for saying, if these happen, then we're going to be having to look at a way to find the money to take care of the needs when they occur. And that was my real concern. That's all I really wanted to point out at that point.
And I think to your point too, and Mr. Patterson said it, well, it's a gutsy decision, and that's what you're doing. And that's, you know, what people need to appreciate is how difficult it is up here to balance these issues. And we have that, and that's why we have this discussion. I just don't want people to think that, you know, we've gone through a lot of years of being very, I think, very effective, very cost conscious, and we'll continue to always do that. I mean, that's what we do. But sometimes people out there don't understand that. But it is a good call to have this discussion and to talk about these are real issues. But as Mr. Lowry said, so have our citizens gone through the same thing. So it's a year when you can do that because of the hard work that we've done to get to this point. And I just think, you know, going forward, we do have these other issues to talk about, and we will. But this year, excuse me, you can do it because of where we've gotten to today. And I think that, and I just want, again, I'm wanting you to all to receive credit for that, because people don't give credit very often. I mean, to the tax, you know, decreases that you guys have done. Like we showed in the chart, we've done it multiple times. We're not a county that goes wild on that. I always said, we've done how many, 21 budgets or something that I've done. You never walk into them with, oh my God, you know, what? We got all this money, what are we going to do? It's always and they'll tell you, budget room discussions, how much blood's on the floor kind of thing when we're done. And I just, again, it's a lot of work, but I want to assure the public that we are thoughtful, and you guys are having a good discussion today about it. It's a good what if, but it's not an easy decision. I don't want anyone to think that, oh my gosh, see, it was easy. They had the money. No, we're making good, tough decisions, good, smart decisions with our money that we're entrusted to take care of. And I just wanted to make that point.
Ms. Post?
I thought she, oh, okay.
I'm trying, if someone has not
Okay, that's
spoken,
fine.
I'm trying to move to someone who hasn't.
That's fine.
first.
Okay. So I am actually for the going to full rollback. The go to zero debt idea is it's a good premise. But I think there's always going to be something out there that we could be spending money on, or some kind of emergency every year, or some kind of something. And I know that we need to be mindful of that, but we can't be mindful of that on the backs of our citizens. So I am in favor of going to full rollback. The fact that we are going to zero debt leaves us some leeway to be looking at different things. And, you know, as part of looking at our priorities and reassessing and looking at the different departments and what needs to be done, I know that we have talked about different areas where there actually is money there to take care of some of those things already. So it's not as if, you know, it's just there, we just weren't using it for those things. So it's not as if we even need to pull money from anywhere else to amend some of those things. So I am absolutely in favor of the full rollback.
Okay. Ms. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go probably just a little bit, a level deeper on this, and this was one of the reasons that I know several of us had pushed to have a workshop on the budget before we got to this point. We didn't accomplish that this year. Next year, we're starting over, Mr. Rechtenwald. We're starting over. But this is, and for reasons, but anyway, and here's why I'm secure. I feel secure, and I agree with, we're in a good position with Go to Zero in our general debt because that affords us the opportunity on our next big project to leverage that. So not only, but then we've also freed up the cash
That's right, yeah.
that we paid this debt off. So we've freed that interest up. The Sunrail, as far as that goes, that's in the budget. Just like Ragu, it's in there. There's already a line item in the budget. So that's not going to be a gotcha moment. We've planned for that. That's been in the budgets for the last couple years. And I've been working with Ms. DePeister and staff over the last 6 months, actually anticipating a budget workshop. But we have several different ways of looking at accounting, and one is Schedule 3 and the all cash and investment, pooled cash and other balances. When you look at this, we have the general fund, and then we have categories that are called restricted purposes. That doesn't necessarily mean restricted funds. They're identified in some of these restricted purposes. There is unrestricted and restricted money. There's some general fund in with all these accounts, right? That's not something we talk about very often, but it's in there. We have general fund monies in these other accounts. And looking at this balance, I'm just going to give you an example. Vehicle maintenance, we increased 29% in the balance from 14.8 million to 19.3 million sitting there just a couple months ago, and I'm sure that fund is probably over 20 million at this stage. Now, we haven't used it yet. It's for purposes down the road. But we have $20 million in that one account alone for vehicle purchase.
We're all getting take-home prize?
Purchases or maintenance? You said maintenance.
Well, it's vehicle, it says vehicle maintenance. So maintenance, purchase, whatever. But the bottom line is, that's general fund money. We have.
Can you clear that up though, because there's a difference.
Sure.
There's a sinking fund, which is depletion for purchase usually,
What
but then for maintenance would be separate, no?
Yeah, well, in the fleet fund, we have funds set aside. Then it's contributions not only from the general fund, but from all the other funds for the eventual replacement of their vehicles over, some are out are replaced every 5 years, like your police vehicles, some are 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever it is, and so they contribute, and the idea is to build up enough and then to do a buy. That's how we handle that.
But I'm just was trying to clarify the difference between.
And so in the fleet fund, you have, it's split. There's parts of it is for maintenance, and the other part is for, now it may not be showing on that sheet, we'd have to do another breakdown, but the significant larger part of it is for the replacement of vehicles.
Okay.
And heavy equipment.
And that's why I wanted to have a workshop, so council, we could discuss this, because and I'm not talking about depleting this, but what I'm saying is, should we have an emergency? If we had an emergency, we're not in a red flag district. There are funds that we have available from the general fund, not restricted, but they're general fund dollars that we would protect our assets, we would protect our citizens, and we would deal with an event that came within Volusia County. I am 100% assured of Volusia's strong fiscal position, knowing what I know and working with staff through these meetings for the last 4, 5, 6 months. So, not that I want to deplete them. That's not what I'm saying. I hopefully we do not have to tap them. But let's say we don't give FEMA reimbursements. Let's say we get 3 hurricanes. Let's say we have to pick up in the MSD area 2 more times. Even if we have the perfect storm of hurricanes and events, I am still confident that we will serve our citizens, maybe not the way we would want to, but we have the reserve. Not only do we have the reserves, we do, but there's more to the story other than the general fund, and that's, council, what we need to get a hold of, and we need to understand and talk about. And George, please, with budget workshops, I'm asking you next year, get this on the agenda early. This is what
Well,
I
I think, like we
wanted.
said, I think the idea, what we used to do, we're gonna go back to the idea, you have to be working on it year-round.
Exactly.
They start their work, really around Christmas time, with exactly some of the stuff you're talking about, vehicles and all that, and they work their way through the spring building this thing. And so really, we used to, I think it was around January, when we would start the series of mini budgets, where we could do one or two, or you could do a department, or you could do some divisions. Some of the divisions are as big as departments. So we may not be, there's a lot of them, over 40. So, but we could pick some of the ones that, you know, we know there's interest in. That's something we can decide, and we can go together, and then we can go through that process. I think what we need to do, though, when you start them in January, you got to circle back somewhere like around June, and kind of and put it together, because you're going to hear a lot, and every one of them's got needs, and they got good things they're going to brag about, and they got needs. So then we'll have to kind of circle back, and then what are the priorities, council?
Absolutely.
You know, and I think that's where we close that circle that we haven't necessarily done in the past couple of years. And even when we did the mini budgets, there was a little bit of, again, people that went first may not have, you know, got to go later on and discuss. And other things, I can say, if you're the last up on the schedule, things are already deep in motion, because it takes so long to put these things together. So we can do that. We can do, I think we'll develop maybe a little bit tighter format so that it'll allow for more discussion, because it can turn into 2 hours of presentation. And I think that we've learned over the last year or so how to be better and quicker in our presentation, and then get more into discussion of where do you want to go. These are the issues. What do you want to see happen? And then let us go back and work on it, because the answer may not be immediate. We'll go back. And exactly what you said, Ms. Denny's. The good news is we are a big organization, and we can adjust and do things, pull resources. You know, even on an operational scale, for me, I could tell you the moment I really realized that I really had landed at the right place was the fires in '98. Because I had only been here a year, and when you got to meet the people from across the county and start pulling equipment and resources from how we did to marshal that together, that's a lot more active thing we did than the hurricanes. Is kind of, here it comes, oop, it's here, and I'll go clean it up. That was an active thing going on for months, and to pull together the people that we did, then you really get to see, you know, literally what you have. And and that's where the power of the EOC, by the way. Now we house all that stuff. So that's an operational look at what you're talking about financially. See, that's the ability to do it operationally, but then also, you know, there's a financial element behind that, shifting stuff around. But that's, you know, you had Public Works doing a lot of firefighting, you know, so you took an agency that went out and did another job that they had to do, so that was a shift. And some was reimbursed, some was not. But that was just part of how you took, you know, equipment and resources and handled the situation. So yes, I very much agree. We're not in any danger, but I just think for the public's sake, you got to have a good, firm discussion.
Are you finished? I was going to go to Ms. Wheeler. I've counted to 4.
Yeah, I'm good.
Sorry.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to throw my 2 cents in. I don't need to go over everything that everyone else said, but I am for the full rollback also, with that giving us an 8.7% reserve, and the funds that we know that are available should we absolutely have an emergency. We know that they're there. We are going to be fiscally responsible. That has been proven. So I'm just going to say my 2 cents worth, and I'm going to be supporting the full rollback.
Okay. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened to this discussion, and I think it's good. I think it's good that we began to really peel this onion back to see exactly the layers that we have to deal with in this budget. I support the full rollback in as much as we're in a good position to do that, being mindful of the fact that when we do this, that you have to be cautious with how you spend your money. And so I think that it's the right position, it's the right time to do it. And I think that we're in a good position as a part of this council for many reasons, as you begin to look for a new manager, as you probably could have some changing in your council. It's things that you're just putting yourself in a good position at this time, and a safe position to be putting us in at this time. So I certainly support the full rollback in the general fund, and I think that we will be better off down the road as we look at issues that will impact us as a council and as a county. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, just one, excuse me, just one observation, I'll get it out. We've always been proud of the fact that we are ranked like 44th out of 67 counties with our general fund, that, you know, there's only 23 counties that are lower than us. And so our ranking will probably look even better. But when I'm reading in the newspaper and seeing the cities that are going up with their millage rates, and then it gets right back to what we always have to hear. Volusia County is the second highest tax county, and it seems like it shows like it's our fault that because of that. And here, yet we're being very conscious of trying to keep our general fund at a lower rate, and we don't get credit for it, but soon after this goes, we'll still be hearing all about it. So I think we really need to get that message out, that we are being very good stewards of the taxpayers' money.
I mean,
Okay, I just wanted to bring.
to his point too, if we are, you know, being good stewards and doing that, you know, the cities ask a lot. Yeah. So just be mindful of that you're being very good stewards, as we said, but that also means there's not anything laying around for other people to scarf up, so to speak, or pick up. So just, you know, they're going to be asking for things, they always do, and I don't blame them. It's just part of how we operate. But remember, the cupboard's going to be a little bare, not in a bad way, but just probably not for some of the projects that they've come to us in the past.
I think that the one thing that's pointed out that we all are aware of, I think that is sometimes the public, and through whatever reasons, don't get they don't understand. We don't have free money sitting, but what previous councils have done, the strong financial management that we've had with this council and over the years, to be able to go to zero, to be able to go to rollback, and to have already allocated funding for the capital projects that we have there, is something to be really patting staff and the councils for doing that, for making sure that it's not just money laying there doing nothing. It's money that's allocated. So the money that was put in for the new ME office was started putting in there 2 years ago. It was allocated from the budget so that it would be there. The same thing for the evidence room. Any project that we've had, money has been being allocated, dedicated for those purposes. So you're not just sitting there saying, okay, what do we want to wish for today? Well, we've got a plan for it. And that's where good planning, good financial, fiscal management has put this in that good of a shape. And as far as hurricanes, I've already predicted there's no hurricane this year. There's no hurricane for there's no hurricanes for the next 10 years to affect us.
Make it a matter of prayer.
I've already made my prediction on that, so I'm not worried about that. I do
But
want
the
us
floods
to be,
are on their way.
No lightning has struck us yet, but I won't say that. But I do want us to be mindful of the few things that will impact us if the property tax exemption goes into effect. It's one that will be dealt with not for 1 year, but for that year and every year after. But and if the constitutional office thing goes through, we're looking at more taxes there. that will be out of our control. It's just be up to us to fund it. So those are the things that are out there that are out of our control. We recognize those. This county is in great fiscal, financial shape. Absolutely. Strong, and the councils that made that happen, because I know the first time I was sitting, I won't reflect that much, but somebody said, okay, where's the money? Ms. Cusack said that, you've said that, Deb. Okay, where's the money for that? Got it. And it's there. Fred?
Joyce was ahead of me, I didn't know.
She's,
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if there needs to be more discussion, but I'd like to make a motion in regard to this, if that would be appropriate.
That's
Be okay?
appropriate.
I make a motion that we go to full rollback.
A second.
Motion's been made by Dr.
Clarify,
Lowry.
that's for the general,
That's
we need them to know, do you want it as Tammy said, as proposed with a full rollback in the general fund?
As proposed.
If you have no other questions about the other list, you could do it all in the same motion,
Yes.
but it would be everything that's noted, all of your 10 taxing funds.
You read those out, and I know at some point I will have to read those when we adopt them in September.
Yes, sir.
But rather than going through and reading each of those right now, Dan, can the motion be reflective that the full rollback is for all the funds?
It's not for all the funds.
No, sir.
Not all the
I-
funds.
General.
I
The
think
general
what
fund, sorry.
It's just the general fund.
I think what your motion, what Ms. Bong's asking is that you give approval to advertise the millage rates as presented, and that you set the first public hearing date.
Okay.
Okay, and the
And
first-
that,
What would be
Tammy,
the
I-
recommended date on
September
that?
4th.
September 4th?
At 6 o'clock.
6 p.m.
6 o'clock.
So make that, the motion's made,
I add that to the motion, yes.
the general fund millage rate to be set at 5 point,
Well, all the rates as presented, sir.
all rates as presented.
And the general fund is at full rollback, but we,
And the first hearing will be September 4th, 2018 at 6 o'clock. The motion is made. Pardon? The second? The second was Ms. Wheeler.
Oh, okay.
Well, we had about 5,
Seconds.
so the motion is made and seconded. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes
Thank you, Dan, for helping me get through that.
unanimous.
All right, next.
Yo 7. Okay. We now, George,
You're moving on to
17A.
17A. Yeah, I'm going to have Tammy, because she's already down there. Now, she's going to, our purchasing director is under the weather today. She's going to go ahead and take this one for her. But this is the RSQ that you guys requested at the last meeting. I think the purchasing department did a nice job of research, putting this together, and I'm going to turn it over to Tammy to the RSQ.
Good afternoon, Tammy Bong, Budget and Administrative Services Director. For your discussion today is a sampling of a RSQ. This is for an executive search for consultants. We would look to submit this following our meeting today, so as early as maybe tomorrow, if you come into an agreement on that. On page 1, we do have a contract period recommendation of 3 years with 2 one-year renewals, and that's pretty standard with a lot of our contracts. It will help us in the future for any other services needed in either department heads or other executive staff that may leave the organization. Also on page 5, on page 3, we do have qualifications listed on 2.2. We're asking for a minimum of 5 years of demonstrated experience in this recruitment effort. Deliverables, we have noted as a report to be completed with 180 days of execution. And then on page 5, we would like to establish a closing date.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
On page 2.1, the scope of services, I think that you.
I can read
want-
that in if you like.
Yes,
Thank
read
you
that
for
into
bringing
it.
that back to
Mhm.
the forefront. Scope of services. Of course, we briefly touched upon this when we were talking a little bit last time, and I think it's worth the effort of going through probably all of these in detail if you don't mind. And of course, we'd be able to make any adjustments to this based upon your direction. Scope A was to meet with the county council to facilitate an overall process and deliver the candidates' criteria. Some examples would be their specific experiences, their strengths, the compensation benefit package that they would be seeking. And part B is all about marketing and advertising, getting the word out and trying to get the best candidate. They would do it through direct and indirect mail, social media, professional publications, written proposals, targeted phone calls. C, that the firm would provide information of their own databases. A lot of the firms, that's their business. What do they do? Websites and various other outreach things, programs, which of course a lot of it is directly marketing and advertising. D would be, of course, to perform an initial screening, reviewing the resumes and backgrounds of the qualified applicants.
Ginger, I'm sorry to interrupt
Tammy?
you. Can we actually go back to number 1?
Absolutely.
You mentioned the firm would be awarded a contract of initial 3-year term with 2 subsequent 1-year renewals. Just explain to me why the firm to find a new county manager would have that
This-
long of a contract. And you said that's typical, but explain that process to
Sure,
me then,
that's a
why
great
it takes so
question.
long.
This would be something that we would be able to utilize this contract for other search efforts outside of just the county manager. So it's for an executive search firm. So for example, if you had a department director retire and you wanted to get another candidate and put it out, this firm could be utilized for that as well. So it's not just specifically just for the county manager.
Do we not have a contract like that in place for anyone currently?
We do not. This will take
people?
the place and
Okay.
have something in place. We could piggyback other organizations. That was some of the recommendations. There was a list provided in your last agenda. And some of those piggybacks they were looking for department directors. They weren't necessarily looking for just a county manager or city managers. So it's an executive, search consultant who does it not just for just the
And then are
one.
those contracts contingent on the actual need? So.
Yes, you
we're-
don't pay them
We're not
unless-
hiring them for the 3 years.
Right.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
as needed, we would give them.
Exactly.
Okay.
They're just, they've gone through the competitive process and vetting through you to
Right.
be secured originally, and then we may or may not ever use them again, but they're there.
So
And
they would be
occasionally
waiting
we
in the
have.
wings, not being paid
They're-
unless we needed them after this
That's
process.
correct. We would initiate a work order for them at the time, or a task assignment, and we'd use them at that point.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
Just to continue on with the scope, unless you guys have any other questions. I believe I left off on F, prepare a written summary of the top candidates. Make recommendations for shortlisting. Assist the county council in developing an evaluation criteria. So once they come here, you're looking to come up with a criteria for the interview process and questions and so forth. They would help you do that. Of course, do a more in-depth research and background checks of the top candidates once you've narrowed that down. Provide county council with a progress report, a good tool to make sure that you know and you're fully aware of the process. And that's pretty much the scope for the most part. Going into the schedule and the RSQ closing date, this would be something that I would seek direction on. How long did you want this to go out? It would close usually 30, 60, 90 days. We would look for your guidance on how long you would like to have us out. That would then take into consideration the proposed schedule. So upon completion of getting those applicants, we would lay out the actual RSQ, the final date that we receive information, questions, and then the closing date. So again, it's how quickly you would like to have the process.
But did you want us to try to come up with a closing date now of like September 26th, which would be 60 days? Is that enough time or not?
Oh, I think it's plenty of time,
Okay.
60 days.
Why don't
60
we,
days?
why don't we go ahead and put the September 26th, Wednesday, September 26th in as the closing date?
Well, see, that's the closing date, meaning that's the last time.
You can receive anything.
Right. I didn't know if you guys wanted to discuss that a little bit. That means the first time you'll be able to really discuss it will be in October. So you might want to back that back a little bit, because you probably want the firm in place. I know we talked about the timing of the recruitment of these managers, but I think you need them to get to work so that by November they're starting to actually have people, because remember, they're going to have 180 days to go on out and do this work. So my recommendation would be I'd give them 30 days, maybe 45 days to actually give us a proposal. That's what, remember, we're doing, is we're opening out the RSQ now for the search firms.
How quickly can you get this out, though?
They can put it out tomorrow.
Huh?
If you're happy with the document, we can incorporate any changes, of course. We can get this out tomorrow.
You mentioned 30, 60, 90. You had September on a Wednesday. I just pulled that number from those figures. That's what.
I was thinking maybe by the
Chair,
end of
I would move
August.
that we would give a 40-day,
45.
within 40 days compromise. I say 30, somebody said 45, I say 40. So let's go 40. I would propose 40. That's around,
Is that a motion or you?
that's a motion,
I'll
Chair.
second that.
We do that on a Sunday? I'm just
We could do September 5th. That was us Wednesday as well.
September 5th.
So you're saying it would be the 29th of August, or what?
September 5th.
September 5th? Isn't that a holiday, or am I?
It's a Wednesday.
September 5th?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right after your first public hearing.
Do we have anything else to fill? We have other things to fill in too, right?
Let me just quickly go through and see if there's any other remaining, unless, of course, you have any changes to the scope of work, or you think that this is a good starting off point, we can.
They can propose.
Once we set this out and then we have candidates that have questions, they will always have the opportunity to ask questions, and then we would send clarifications out to anybody who is applying. So there will be some back and forth clarification, and if there's anything of material clarification where we felt or they felt it was not clear in the scope of work, we could bring that back to you. By bringing it back to you, that will allow you to give some guidance, and that may impact the actual closing date, but we want to try to be as transparent as we can. So if this scope is sufficient at this point, unless you have some very specific things you'd like added, we can accommodate either way.
Does anyone have anything they want to add to the?
I just want to ask a question real quick. Once we set this closing date, then you're going to come back with us on 3.3 with the proposed schedule, or are we going to set all that?
We haven't done the closing date yet. That's what
Actually,
I was-
the 3.3 will automatically just get filled in once we have the date. So what
Okay.
I can do,
So we're good?
yeah. We'll just be working backwards, the closing date, and then we'll just work backwards based upon prior submittals.
Did we take a vote on this 40-day
No, we
thing?
haven't yet.
Okay.
That's what I was
So
asking if there
well,
was
we're
more.
going off another tangent, that's why I was. a
No,
little
I was
confused.
asking if we had other things to fill in to do the contract or the agreement at the same time.
Okay.
With all the information to fill in. If that's the only thing we've got to fill in, can I have a motion that we have the date? Who made the motion? Well,
40 days.
well, the motion is not a motion until I say it's a motion. It's not a motion. Right, Robert's Rules of Order, page 23, line 48.
Is that not 40 days? That's what she just, he counted that as 40 days.
The chair recognizes the maker of the motion was Ms. Cusack, and seconded by Mr. Lowry, that the date of September the 5th be entered as the last date to receive. the information RSQ. It's made and seconded. It's on the floor. In addition, anybody objection to the motion? Hearing no objections, the motion passes unanimous. We got there, Pat.
I was thinking of amending it to 45 days, but I'll just leave. I think 40 days is a mistake, but
Well, let me count to see how many days it actually is. I just picked a
Oh, wait,
Wednesday,
I
so
thought you
let
counted.
me just count them.
Well, it took 40 days to flood the earth.
Yeah, that's right.
We're talking business days?
How many days those birds go out?
I don't know, I feel like it's rained 40 days and 40 nights at my house. But I ain't building an ark yet.
42, how about right in the middle?
What's that? We changing it?
42 days is the Wednesday the 5th.
What we're saying, that's 42 days, which actually, when Patterson says he was saying 45, but we have 42 as proposed with the being
September 5th.
September 5th.
But the date is September the 5th.
That's
That is-
correct.
That's what we've adopted, we voted on. We're good.
We're good to go.
It's almost halfway between 40 and 45.
That's right.
You want to specify the hour?
It is at 3 p.m. now. It is.
It is 3
It's
p.m.
actually on here, yeah. So that's 2 and a half. That's 42 and a half. That is right, exactly in between.
All right, that part's done. Thank you so much. We'll move on to whatever else we need to do.
Mr. Chair, I think you need to amend this thing, a motion. No, well, you can't really amend it, take it back up, because the date, it was 40 days, but September 5th is 42 days, so your motion is, the motion is a little out of
Well,
whack
the
here.
date that's listed overrules the days.
The motion was for 40 days.
The motion was for September 5th.
No, the motion was for 40 days.
Well, I guess
I
there
would
was,
amend it then, if necessary, to September 5th,
I will second
now
that.
whatever
amendment.
that is.
Does that work?
well, we've got to,
You got to reconsider that motion.
we got to reconsider the motion and have it withdrawn or undone, or, let's see.
September 5th is the date.
September 5th was the date that we set for the Scribner's era, or Scribner's voice era, on the 40 days being September 5th.
So we're good.
I think we're good.
When the horse is dead, dismount.
We're good, it's September 5th, because that overrules the 40 days. That's Robert's Rules of Order, page 48. Item 18. Oh, we're getting into appointments to Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. The at-large member and each district member shall make one nomination. The county chair shall make two. We need to make these. Now we should have a list.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, this is Marcy Zimmerman. I wanted to clarify a couple of things because we had a few late applications. Vicki Leonard, who I put in the last category of other eligible applicants, I understand she also fits the category for a citizen who is an advocate for low-income persons in connection with affordable housing. We need to make sure when appointing somebody that we list the category so that we comply with the code and we have at least 6 of the categories filled.
Okay, we've got, I have 2 that I have to, huh? What do you want to do?
Marcy, that's your responsibility, is to tell council where we are as we make the appointments and check it off, correct?
Some of the applicants are listed in more than one category, so we just want to make sure we can check them off.
Understood, but we make the appointments and you'll do the guiding, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's the way it works.
Okay, I have 2 that I've talked to. Pardon?
I have one.
You have one, you have one. Oh, Joyce's name is up there. I could overrule you, but I'm not going to. Ms. Cusack, floor recognizes you for your.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to nominate Ann Brown Evans. I spoke with her. and
She took mine
and,
too. Now we're all going to have to look for.
So there must be an advantage in being the at-large member because I'm first on the list. So
She's in 3.
she's in 3. Get this lady right
Put
here.
her in the other.
Well, if you can't get her, if somebody else wants her, I'll take Vicky. I spoke with her also.
Well, let's, I mean, she might be in a category that somebody else would want as well, and she's in 3. So we can get this filled. Billy, Ms. Wheeler?
Can we move to the next one, because I haven't talked to this, I haven't read this yet.
Okay, I want to nominate Alan Harrell for the low-income persons or
Number 4, okay.
engaged in not-for-profit.
Nice.
Well, I mean, if somebody else has one that takes those, then isn't that what we should do?
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
He served on the Ormond Beach Housing Authority, and he and one other appointment really made a difference in serving on those.
Okay, I have some.
Okay,
Okay, I'm going to nominate Vicki Leonard. And what category did you say she was in too, that she would fill to?
she's in
Yep.
other eligible
Yep.
other than.
She was in number 4, citizen who is an advocate for low income in connection with affordable housing, and she's also in other.
So you writing that down? You got Vicki Leonard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you got Alan Harrell, and you've got Ann Brown Evans.
So now you already have 2 people under 4, so we'll have to.
So we have to go to something else.
Can I make a suggestion here? You have Vicki Leonard, who's showing on affordable housing. She's also code enforcement. You got a vacancy on code enforcement. You really need somebody on code enforcement. Can she do both of them, or just has to do one?
She can do. Yeah, because this is not a dual office. Code enforcement, so she's okay.
She could do both, but I don't know if she wants to do both. But I would like to see, because it's hard getting people to go for code enforcement, because I know, so that code enforcement would be either an at-large or District 5 person to appoint that position. Just my suggestion, I'd rather have somebody go into code enforcement than affordable housing, because there's a need for it.
So we're taking her off. Okay, I have one more that I could appoint. Tom Wright. And he could go for 4.
He's
3,
he can.
2, I don't know. Where do you want to put it?
He's in 4 and in 9.
Put him in 9.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what do we have left?
So do we have the code enforcement? Do I need to relinquish the one Ann Evans?
Vicki Leonard is the one that's applied for either affordable housing or code enforcement.
I understand that, but and that's take the at-large member?
You had appointed Ann Brown Evans for one of them. So whenever she can fit into, that's the one that she can go into.
Or I can bring you back an item for it if
Yeah,
it's
code
confusing.
enforcement is either at-large or District 5, so either one of you could appoint Vicki Leonard there.
So I would appoint, Mr. Chair, Vicki Leonard for the Code Enforcement Board.
Okay, but I don't know that we even, didn't know we had that today, but I guess. We're I guess that would have to come up later, or can we do that now?
What's that?
The code enforcement?
It's the next one. I mean, I think there's,
No,
We're not,
the affordable housing is the only one on this agenda.
Oh.
She can appoint it during her time.
okay. I thought it was on our agenda. That's why.
you were, you put Tom Wright in 9. I was looking at Max Hackman. Did you say Tom Wright could go into something else, or was that one already taken? So 4 is already taken?
Yep, 4 is done.
Well, you can't have this one here.
Okay. Oh, how about 11? He's under 11 as well.
Ask for continuance.
11, Max Hackman, Maxwell Hackman?
Yes, ma'am, we can do that.
Okay, yay.
Who'd you appoint to 11?
Maxwell Hackman.
Okay. Okay, does anybody have any appointments? Oh. Ms. Jennings.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm going to appoint Rosemary Walker to the number 1 residential home building industry.
Okay.
I'm getting ready to. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Suzanne O'Dana, number 7.
She wasn't yours, she was all ours.
I did.
Marcy?
Everybody's taking
I have
yours.
it.
Okay.
Talk to her too.
Everybody's taking your people.
That means
Well, you got to go out and recruit, like the rest of us.
Do you want me to read what we have right now?
Let's start with 1. Do you have somebody?
Okay. Ms. Denny's appointed Rosemary Walker for
Okay.
number 1. Do we have a vote on that? All in
We only
favor?
need 1 nomination and then a vote, right?
Yes, sir.
Rosemary Walker has been nominated to serve on the, whatever board this is.
The citizen actively engaged in residential home building industry in connection with affordable housing.
Okay. And all in favor?
Aye. Okay.
Passed unanimous.
Mr. Kelly, you appointed Alan Harrell under number 4, a citizen who is an advocate for low-income persons in connection with affordable housing.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
Mr. Lowry, you appointed Suzanne Odena, number 7, citizen who is actively engaged as a real estate professional in connection with affordable housing.
Any objection to Suzanne Odena being appointed to the board? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
Okay, Mr. Kelly, you also appointed Tom Wright to number 9, citizen who resides within the unincorporated area of Volusia County.
Any objection to appointment of Tom Wright? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
Ms. Post, you appointed Maxwell Hackman to number 11, citizen who represents essential service personnel as defined in the Volusia County Local Housing Assistance Plan.
Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
Okay, Ms. Cusack, Ms. Wheeler, and Mr. Patterson.
What about Ann Evans? That was Joyce, right? Councilwoman Cusack nominated Joyce, or Ann Evans?
She could go in 6.
She could go in.
Well, 4's already
4's
done.
filled.
She
She
was
could
in
go in
6, I think.
6.
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
And
Yes.
Ann Evans is appointed to the citizens who is actively engaged as a not-for-profit provider of affordable housing. Any objection to her appointment? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. Anybody else? I should have let you have Tom.
Is that everybody?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
in category 2, citizen actively engaged in banking or mortgage banking industry in connection with affordable housing, I want to nominate Rosemary Walker.
She's already in 1.
Yeah, she is.
Okay, all right. Then Mr. Chair, I'd like to continue my nomination.
Okay.
So it's either 2 or 8.
You got yours in. You got yours in. Who doesn't have?
Would you like to continue, Ms. Wheeler? Okay. I will bring this forward as another item, leaving the remaining people for you so it'll
Okay.
be less confusing.
All right. With that, we will have finished this item. Is that correct, Marcy?
Yes, sir.
Now we can go to lunch.
One more appointment, Mr.
Oh, wait,
Mr.
we may-
Chair. Different category, we're going to a different category?
Ms. Denny's, I believe there was only one appointment for the district members.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank
Have
you.
something else? Oh, yes.
Yes,
I
yes.
have her name here somewhere.
Mr. Chair, I would like to appoint Nancy Maddox to the Cultural Council. She has, you should have her application. She's in the process of doing the background check, but I have full confidence, since she used to work for us. I'm very confident she's going to pass our screening test, but I would like to appoint Nancy Maddox to the Cultural Council.
Nancy Maddox has been appointed to the Cultural Council. Any objection to her nomination? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
Thank you.
And you've got yours, you've got, pardon? Code enforcement? She wants to appoint, Ms. Cusack would like to make an appointment for code enforcement.
Vicki Leonard, I believe it was.
Vicki Leonard. Vicki Leonard has been nominated for appointment to the Code Enforcement Board by Ms. Cusack. Any objection? Hearing none, that motion passes unanimous. Are we done with that, Marcy? Anything else?
Up to y'all.
If not, we're moving on. We'll move on to, Heather, your name's still up there. I'm sure it didn't mean to be. That's good. Okay, now we'll go to, according to my list, we're discussions of matters of public participant. I don't have anyone wishing to speak, so we'll move on to the county manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually do have a few items. One item, in the last meeting, you approved the applications that went in for the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant. I just want to make sure it's clarified for the record that they were applications for a grant. They're not guaranteed. There's a local mitigation steering committee that ranks those projects. That's how they go through the process. You guys went ahead and approved their applications, which is also part of the process, but I just wanted to make sure that council was aware that it's, like all federal programs, it's competitive. So they may not get that money, and if they're not, then we would be back with other applicants. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because I'm not sure it was. Yeah, so it is up to the Florida Division of Emergency Management and FEMA to determine which, if any, of the projects submitted will be funded. Yeah, I'm sorry. It is up to the Florida Division of Emergency Management and FEMA to determine which, if any, of the 7 projects submitted will be funded. If they're not funded, emergency management staff can resubmit the application under the Flood Mitigation Assistance Grant Program, which is funded annually. So just wanted to clarify that these other ones may not get funded, but we would resubmit them through another program. But I want to make sure that was clear. The second thing, and John Booker, we went out with an RSQ for lobbyists. Now, purchasing has looked at a matrix because there was some interest on how you guys, who determined, what level, when you had RSQs and RFPs, what would go actually directly to council. Again, we would like to bring that, I think, forward to the next meeting. But in the meantime, there's a time element here with and the RSQ for lobbyists, that's a direct contractor to you anyway. So it's going to go to you, so there's really no question. What we have, though, we went out for state and federal lobbyists, and we got quite a lot of responses. So that's going to make it a little bit tricky, and that's where we need a little bit of help from you guys. John, just describe a little bit about what we got in, and then there are some options there because of the way we presented it. We could break it into pieces or combine some stuff. Go ahead.
John Booker, Government Affairs for the county. We had 5 responses to the state lobbyist effort, and so I think we're just looking for some direction on how to proceed with that. Do you want staff to whittle that down to a certain number, or do you all want to review all 5 of the applicants?
I would prefer that you do all 5. Now, again, there's an element of, the way it went out for they could bid on appropriations and.
When we were developing this, what I felt or observed, I guess is a better word, that we added some more money to the state lobbying budget, of course, at y'all's will. Nothing that I'm going to say is these are only merely suggestions on my part, but it seems to me if you balance the federal and the state that there's more opportunity at the state level to make an impact, and so the RSQ reflected that to add more money. Also, in regards to policy elements versus appropriation elements, that it was suggested that I split that and let you all or have the respondents bid on those separate and distinct issues, meaning policy areas or appropriations. The council would have the authority to combine that to one firm, keep it split, reduce it, however you all saw fit. So that element was contained in the RSQ for the state lobbying effort.
Yeah, and we also received 7 for the federal, but the time element for that, we have some time. So rather than have you do 12 presentations in one day, we thought we would like to maybe do the state one first because that has some time, and then we could do the federal one on another day.
Right.
Then we can get into if they're going to present to you. How long do you want to have that presentation? Or do you want a presentation at all? I guess you could take a look at the proposals, but I think in the past we've had some sort of a presentation, and you could limit it. You know, you'll have the benefit of the proposal, and you could take a look at give it a 5-minute, 10-minute, or 5-minute and 5-minute of answer
I'm
questions.
waiting for him to say.
So,
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This policy versus appropriation, what is the rationale to separating?
Well, what I observed in my time was that the policy folks were a little bit different breed than the appropriations folks. And so...
At the state level?
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't observe that.
and I just felt during my time, and this was discussed with some folks outside in the lobbying field. Again, it was merely a suggestion. From our standpoint, the council obviously has final say-so on anything that happens in regards to this contract. So, again, if you want, by virtue of having 2 firms that have separate and distinct responsibilities, or combining it into one, totally up to you all.
Well, personally, I think that one firm could do both. And what was you talked about increasing the salary. What was the rationale, and who made the decision to increase, maintain, how was that done? And what is that
Well,
salary?
the current contract is for $60,000 per year, which covers multitude of responsibilities. And so that contract was originally at $50,000, and then at some point in time before I came on, a 10,000 was added to it. So the
Was that for additional work, or?
As I recall, it had something to do with planning prior to session beginning with the delegation, some events. That's, again, before my time, and that's what I recall from the increase.
I thought some of it we cut from the federal and shifted to the state. There was a total of 110 or 120 or some number.
Well, that was because it seemed like more bang for the buck was on the state side.
Right.
That the RSQ for the federal side was at 97,000 plus some travel allowances, and that was reduced under the scope of services for the federal side down to 40.
Right. So the balance of that went to the state. Yes? No?
Yes, we just shifted money from the federal side over to the state side, just as a suggestion to council that they consider that.
Yeah. I remember that. I do.
I don't think it,
I don't remember that.
on the dais, it wasn't discussed on the dais, I don't think. Yeah, it was.
Well, we took the total amount from both of them, and it was 97, which I didn't remember it being 97, but we felt like that we weren't getting, I remember that discussion, pardon? I remember that. And we said we'll cut the federal, and as a result of that, the one that we currently have a contract with didn't even bid this time, unless they came in after the fact.
I don't remember discussing the figures.
Well,
I just think that we need to take a full look at the ones that applied, and then make some determination as to, this probably should be on that,
I
on
think
their
the RFQ
proposal, the RFQ as to what they're looking for as far as
Well,
salary.
It has gone out based upon the amount
Yes,
we're paying.
the bids have come back. I believe that, again, that can be altered as far as
Yeah, that's a
the money
request for,
element.
RSQ is a request for the qualifications, and they were given a budget number to gauge their interest. They know what you're thinking, but that would be determined or negotiated once you selected your best candidate.
What's the council's pleasure as far as the 5 from the state, as far as getting the proposals from them, their qualifications? We decide.
For me, I would like to look at all 5 of the
Right.
qualifications.
But do you
That's
want
what
to have them all 5 come to us and talk, or look at the,
I want to look at and then we could make a decision if you want the top 3 to come, but that would be a decision made by the council, I would think. I wouldn't bring them all in.
we'll bring everybody in to start with?
Can we just
No.
see
No,
the info
no.
that we have?
No.
Can we
I
just
would
see
like
the
to
info
see all 5 of the
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's-
applications.
Applications.
already.
And we
You
would,
currently had those, right?
Certainly.
Well,
So
they
bids
have
are
them,
closed.
We don't have them.
Yeah, so.
We don't
We
have
just
them.
We
need a
don't have
direction
them.
on where you wanted to go.
Why don't we do this?
Yeah.
Let us give us the 5 that we have, the RFQs that we have. We then, at the next meeting, will decide 3 that we want to bring in for presentation. Does that work?
And do we just want to do that same thing for the federal, since you have the federal ones as well, right?
Yes, you
I
could do
would-
that as well.
We could,
You
but-
you could hear them on another day,
Could-
but you
yeah.
could start the research if you wanted.
I mean, there's no harm in just giving us the information, right?
No, it's all public record. I mean,
Yeah.
it's there.
If you want to give us all of the paperwork you have,
We need,
and we will decide then at the meeting after looking at that, which ones we want to bring in for presentation.
Mr. Chair, I would
Yeah.
think that if you have policy and appropriations, are the applicants, did they both apply for both the
think so.
policy
I
and
don't think all of them
appropriation?
did they?
Well-
How did that work?
As I recall, one of the firms did break it into 2. One of them said that they would do both for X amount of dollars. So it was kind of, and we haven't had the chance to vet the
So I would think
everything
that we
yet.
ought to deal with the state and then in the next, since we have time for the federal, let's just deal with the state
Get the
ones
state
and then
done.
Right.
get that done and then start with, because it's 15 for federal. Didn't you say 15?
No, ma'am, 7 for
7.
federal.
Oh, we could do it with both.
And if,
And
I
we
would just
will
say, as
need-
far as, again, folks coming down from Washington for
$40,000.
this
The $40,000.
might not get,
I would
just
think
consider
not.
that you might not get a whole lot of folks that will actually come down for that, especially since the stipend for travel would only come into play if a contract was awarded to them, so.
Let's get the state knocked out first, and then try to have that done by the next meeting or the meeting after. Because we're going to need to start having them on
You're going to
board.
need, by the next meeting, to know what you want to do. I mean, John would prefer you hear it at the next meeting because of the timeline, but I know we're going to talk about the next meeting in a second, and you already have, your workshop on that day.
Right.
So I think if you can at least have a short list that you want to hear from, and then direct that for the next meeting for them to present on the 24th or whatever that date is, the second meeting in August,
Yes,
and I think
7th.
we'll be fine.
Let's do that.
All right.
Get us those, and then we'll worry about the federal when we finish this one.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Sorry it was a little messy, but
That's all right.
we're working our way through. Okay, the other item was, and this is regards to the meeting on the 7th, a couple of things. Number one, you had asked for Dr. Thogmartin to give a little report. His schedule is a little bit packed right now, but he said on August 7th in the afternoon he could do that. Now that's in your workshop, but I did think that might roll into what you want to talk about if you just gave a brief report. Right, on where he's at. So I didn't see the harm, but I told him I would have to talk to you first to see maybe he could do it at the end of that, or just, or as part of that discussion. I don't want to take up a lot of time. He's just going to give you a status report, but then that will probably spur more conversation on where you want to go. And that could either take place that day or the following, because we have some decisions that we're going to be making, I think, down, on
Yeah.
how you want to.
I
for
think
that
that's a good
office.
idea because we are talking about capital projects. That's one of the conversations we want to have, and medical examiner's office is there. And so we need to hear from him what his observations are now that he's in there.
Okay, so we'll do that. Bring him in for the afternoon of the meeting on the 7th.
Okay, now, what I have, and again, we want to make sure that staff is prepared to be able to help you during that discussion. So what I know for sure that you've talked about is the capital projects, and we've talked about ECHO and what we want to do with that. So you have some pretty big issues. Also, the budget amendment process, you talked about how you want to move money around. Those are some items, I didn't know, did you want them on that day? And then are there any other things? Because staff will be there to listen and help you or answer any questions. But if there was anything specific you wanted them to have information for that day, it would be helpful. If not, I mean, that's fine. I think they can answer a lot of things, but they would probably have to go back and research things too. So
You're talking about for the workshop?
Yeah, the workshop on
Okay.
the 7th.
My thought on the workshop is that we would bring items in a macro point without getting into the weeds that we would like to see discussed or brought forward. We won't
Okay.
go into the minutia of it. We'll see if there's
So it's more
consensus.
important that they're there to listen and hear what's going on
Then you
than it
direct
is to
them.
have any data or anything for you.
Yeah, then if it meets the desire of the workshop members to have staff gather that information back or go forward with something, that's when it goes forward. It could be, the workshop could be anything from saying whatever. I mean, that's a time to say it without repeating yourself 3 times. say it once, listen for a response, feedback from others to see, what is it?
Mr. Chair.
This is a workshop where we can express what we want to express.
There you go.
That's what I'm saying.
Over and over. No.
I mean,
I don't
I've
think,
been-
I don't think the format's going to be one and done. I think,
what do you mean one and done?
well, comment, well, I think, at least from me, and I think my colleagues, I think we wanted a time for discussion, and some issues may go a little deeper than others, but I would like to keep the format open to discuss a little more detail other than just bullet points, and then bring it back for more detail and specific budget, or workshop items specifically, or not workshop items, but presentations. But I'd just like to have more time for a council discussion. Unless I'm reading that wrong. Yeah, that's what I'd like. And are we going to move down to a different room, the training room?
I think
in a different
what I've
format?
instructed staff was to have the training room ready, set up kind of the last time you had something like this in a circle, so we can work in that manner, and then you'll have staff will be listening
So
off to the
there's
side
key.
in the public.
More council, workshop, staff, listening.
Yes.
This is going to be council engagement. Yeah.
I'm just, well, there probably will be no time limit based upon, to me, the workshop to be productive. If I bring up an idea and I say, well, I want to change the meetings to Sunday, well, that's not going to go anywhere. If I bring up an idea of saying, I think we need to really look at something that we haven't done, some idea, we don't need to spend a lot of time discussing if only one person likes that idea. Right? Whatever it may be. But, and then if there's things that may come, see, if I knew what everybody's going to bring up, we wouldn't even have it, but I don't. So we don't know
Funny how
that.
that works.
So we don't know that. So we will have a workshop where each of us can express our thoughts, okay? And how much we engage every person on that. If it requires response from staff, you then direct staff to come back with the information as a report. That's the workshops. I've been doing them for 17 years, and they work that way. Okay? So you don't need to prepare for the workshop for which you don't know what we're going to be talking about.
Well, that's.
No pressure, George. No
Yeah,
pressure.
exactly. Well, again,
But
we'll be
be
listening.
ready to answer
and-
any
and
question we
and
ask.
Again, you got a very professional staff that just wants to make sure they do what you need them to do. So that's where they're at, and so they'll be there and listening, and but I'm sure there may be questions, and so if we can answer them at that time, we will. If not,
Okay.
we will
That's-
take it
I
on.
think the point of this workshop is for us to come away with
Yep.
direction, right?
Right.
And so,
So we can know where to sail.
right.
Right. There we go. The first one, I mean, this is the first one. We're going to have a bunch of them, I hope, in the future.
Yes.
Different ones. So we'll learn by fire.
But some of the things we had talked about too farther out may end up being a budget type, mini budget thing. But I'm assuming these are also going to be mixed in or part of setting what you want later on for further discussion. Okay.
Okay. That's not it. I'm sure you got something else.
That's it? No,
That
that's it for me.
Dan has nothing? We will go to Ms. Denny's to start today.
Actually, very brief. I talked to staff about this earlier, and we can talk about this more in the workshop, but during the downturn, economic downturn, we cut back on some basic services such as mowing and maintenance. And we've not revisited that. And I can tell you, Southeast Volusia, and I want to thank you, again, you're right, we do have a very professional staff, George, and I want to thank you and staff for responding. We went out and we got Saxon mowed, but we need to look at our core services and we need to strengthen those because we do have the reserves, we do have the general funds, and we need to put those dollars back into our community other than just either these really big projects. We need to look at basic services for our citizens. And I would like to see where we are with our mowing schedule and how often this gets mowed, because some of it's like a jungle. It is. It really, I drove the area myself, and it needs attention desperately. So if we're on the record, there we go. But thank you, seriously, thank you, staff, for responding to that, because we really do have great staff. The only, if we're going to talk about ECHO at the workshop, right?
Yes.
To that, when we come back for that workshop, what I would like to have, looking at ECHO, we're going to talk, part of that is the dollars and the ordinance and the boardwalk that's wrapped in. It's not one without the other. We put out a $100,000 contract to draft or to design a supposed boardwalk, but we've not had a report from that. I'd like to have, it's a public record, even if it's draft form, the report that was generated, the scale for all of council. I'd like to have a copy of that rendering and what the deliverables were for that particular project, how much we've paid out. It's my understanding this was an issue that's been out there for the last year and a half on the board, this particular boardwalk in Daytona. And when council, it's even in the ordinance, the 2015 ordinance, when it was passed the council at that time, we were told, and we did agree to hire a consultant that had told us they were capable of financing this with grants. And it was agreed upon with council then that we would go forward as long as there was no general fund money out of it, and certainly ECHO was not tagged at that time for a boardwalk. So no grants came from that consultant. I don't believe any funding opportunities came from that. But what I have heard in the community, the part of the issue was, and we need to talk about this, if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. But I want to see the draft form, and I want to see if that contract's been completed. If it's still open, we need to close it. I mean, just like this contract for a consultant for the county manager, we need to start putting time certains on these contracts, because they're sitting out there forever, and then we just have to find out, is it open, is it closed, how much have we paid, and when is the time certain? And maybe maybe we need to put a tab on that on our project, that quarterly update we get. Maybe we need to get a quarterly update on our consultant contracts and where we are and what's open and where they are. But from some input that I have received into the community is that for Boardwalk to have been successful, it would have to go west, which meant pool decks would have to be pulled out. And hotels weren't happy with that, so the trade-off would be, so if I have to pull out my pool deck and we go eastward to the water line, then we want cars off the beach. I don't know that to be true, but I'm hearing that more and more as this discussion's floating around. So I need to see that report and what the recommendation is, and we need to put some finality to this once and for all, because there's just too much misinformation out there. So I'd like to have a discussion of this and see exactly where we are with that particular contract. And the other part of that ordinance, it actually says too in the ordinance, is that the city of Daytona was to partner with us, I think, in a match. So if we have 3 million, 4 million, 6 million sitting out there, I don't know how much has been earmarked by the city for a proposed boardwalk, but that's a piece of it too. So that's one thing that I would like to see, and I'll wait till the workshop for that information going forward, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Lowry.
Oh, I'm next, okay. When we're trying to deal with the budget, you have all kinds of constituents. You have some that, I don't want to pay any taxes, leave me alone, I'll do everything, I'll mow my own grass, whatever, and then you've got people say, would you please try to do more, I don't mind paying more taxes, and we have to try to find a happy medium there to meet the needs of people, as well as trying to keep taxes low, and I'm very excited today that through the hard work of former county managers, and especially the staff, that we are at a zero debt in the general budget as of October. That saves almost a couple $1 million in interest a year. And that enables us to do the rollback. That's part of the formula that enables us to consider that. I've been knocking on doors in my area because I have a primary coming up, as others might have. And one particular person said that, I really want to vote for you, but I'm disappointed that you're cutting the sheriff's budget. And I said, sorry, I don't think that's accurate. I said, where'd you hear that? Well, unfortunately, on social media, I guess it was from the sheriff himself. And I guess maybe I want to clarify, I don't remember ever seeing any budget presented to me from staff that had a cut in the sheriff's. Am I correct on that, Donna? I don't remember staff even discussing with me a possible cut in the sheriff's budget. And I would just like kind of a nod of heads here on the dais. Did any of you all discuss or have discussed a cut in the sheriff's budget? Okay. Well, I'm headed there. In fact, the only thing I remember having discussed is that we were going to increase fairly generously and quite substantially that budget area, which has been presented to us. In fact, in light of a rollback, extremely generously increasing the budget. So I guess I don't know if we can communicate with the sheriff, because I'm sure he'll want to get on social media and get that corrected, that, you know, that was never there. But someone needs to, if we could somehow communicate with him that we certainly were not interested in cutting the budget at all, but instead increasing. I'll let you guys figure out how you want to communicate that. I was at the Heritage Museum and Enterprise on Saturday for a presentation. There's a, Ms. Butler's here, I think, maybe to help me out on that if we need any questions. There's a ECHO funding for the work that's being done there. It's volunteer work, and it has been raining in my neck of the woods like crazy, like I know it has been y'all's too. But they have volunteer work, and of course volunteers have certain hours, certain times, and they're not going to, I think the deadline is the 31st of July. And I would like to request that we give that a 90-day extension for them to get done. It's all volunteer work. The work is being done. I've been there. It's looking great. But it's going to be hard for them to be finished on July 31st. And I don't know if y'all need any explanation, further explanation, but do I make that in the form of a motion eventually? Okay. And I'm going to make that in the form of a motion that we could extend the 90 days to the
October 31st.
to October 31st, the ECHO deadline that is there to enable them to get the work done, and it is being done. It has to do with the. Can you clarify exactly what it is? It has to do with out front.
Donna
there.
Butler, Community Services Director. This is the Enterprise Heritage Center. This is their third ECHO grant, and it's a really small grant. It's for $41,000, and it's to complete the restoration and do outside work there. And so all of that outside work has been slowed down by the weather, and they're a great bunch of volunteers. They do not have an executive director, so they just need a little bit more time.
Okay.
Motion is made and seconded to extend the $41,000 ECHO grant to Edgewater for the restoration of the
Enterprise.
Enterprise.
Wrong coast. It's the West Coast.
It's the east coast of the river.
Okay, there you go. Exactly.
So is any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
And one last quick thing, and I'm done. Being a pastor, this is near and dear to my heart. We have a big decision coming up here with the hiring of a county manager. Big decision. And I would like to encourage all my friends and neighbors in my district as well as the county to make it a matter of prayer for us, that we'd have some guidance there and have some wisdom there. So I just want to encourage those who enjoy that sort of thing to join with us. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson.
Update on Sunrail. Yippee-doo. You know, we got a motion passed, and I got a letter the other day that Chair Janner is requesting a meeting with the secretary to discuss these amendments. So we'll see what goes from there. Next Monday, July 30th, Sunrail revising their schedule. They will now be serving Poinciana, Kissimmee. Well, Poinciana will be the end, Kissimmee and the Tupperware place. So for those of you who would like to go all the way down to Kissimmee, you can ride down there now on a big whoop. Since we're not getting it into land yet, so we're still hoping. And the one thing I've noticed, and I don't know if there's I was standing outside the historic courthouse the other day, and it's getting kind of grungy looking. I don't know, the cupola is getting, it's not that patina. Is there any plans here in the near future to pressure wash or do something with that structure over there? Because it's just not looking that hot. I think the last time we did anything was when I
I'll
was
check
on
with
the
George on what the schedule is. You know, that's copper, you know, of course, that's the green and everything. And then I do think it gets like a little bit of a growth on it that we'll take a look at and see.
Yeah, I remember because we had to get all that brown paint off of it from.
Yeah, that was years ago. Somebody had actually painted it, and
Yeah.
don't know the history on that.
We won't mention who did that.
No.
But yeah, it was baking soda that they used to remove all that paint off, which restored that beautiful greenish patina on that copper up there, and got all that old brown paint off of the building too. So it's getting a little
okay.
So that's all I have.
Ms. Post.
I had been contacted this morning from a citizen about a community garden on Derbyshire, and when I looked up where it was, it's actually wasn't too far down from Hope Place, and I know that Hope Place is also doing a community garden, but in looking into talking with Donna Butler about helping them or seeing what we could do to assist actually both of those gardens, she had mentioned getting with Dennis Mudge with UF and IFAS, yeah, IFAS, to see about possibly helping them and getting some stuff going without handing them a giant stack of money. So that's something that's in the works, but I hadn't even thought of that aspect of assisting in that way and contacting IFAS for that kind of a project. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I thought that was a great idea. Several weeks ago, Dan, I had asked about the language, or I guess we had asked staff to create the language for the sidewalk right-of-ways, and I still don't have that, so still waiting on that.
You actually asked for
the jurisdictional language.
A broader discussion, and we've been working with Road and Bridge to try to bring you that to you.
Okay. Do we know, because it's been quite a few weeks, when that's going to happen, or?
I couldn't say at this point, but
Can we try and have it by the next meeting? Another 2 weeks? It's been several weeks, I mean.
Do you want it, I think, do you want it as part of the workshop, or do you want to have it in the meeting after the workshop, the 20?
I would just like the information, but however, if council wants it, just to have the information provided.
I wasn't concerned about, unless there was something in the language that was different that needed to be changed. I wasn't sure what exactly you wanted when you.
There is no language, and I think that was the point. It was.
There's agreements.
Well, that there
We
are.
don't have agreements with some, and that was part of our discussion, and that was why staff was requested to bring that back, that language.
well, if by the language you mean a letter to the cities that says that they would be responsible for that, as of a given date, we're not going to maintain sidewalks, we could bring that to you probably in the meeting after next, if that's satisfactory to you.
Okay.
Do we have a discussion on that?
So that's not necessarily a letter to the cities, was not necessarily the discussion. The discussion that we had was, I've had, and we had this discussion a couple times, but was, I've had, well, we had the, there's been several instances. So we had the the person that fell on a sidewalk, and we settled that out, and council agreed to settle that out, but the sidewalk wasn't actually in county jurisdiction, it was in city jurisdiction, but we settled. And so my concern there was spending that money to settle, and how many times are we settling when it's not in our jurisdiction? But beyond that, I've had, various things come up within the cities or within the counties where we're arguing back and forth with the cities, and I know I'm coming across that as to whose jurisdiction it is. And I had a business owner that went back and forth 9 months on trying to get something done, and wasn't able to get something done because city said it was county and county said it was city. And so that was our discussion.
That actually had to do with a drainage ditch, and I
Once-
think we've clarified that.
That was taken care of, but the request was actually, and
What was
what
the
I had brought
request?
up was
I didn't remember us having discussion.
initially requested was an SOP, or standard operating procedure, that we could say, look, so that we don't have citizens and business owners going back and forth with county saying it's city and city saying it's county, not to mention those settlements. But my concern was mostly having the citizens going back and forth and back and forth. If we just had that standard language or standard SOP, and I think that's what we had asked staff for.
I think,
Is that an agreement with the cities?
well,
It would have to be some
let's just say,
collaboration.
the
between
cities don't
cities
agree
and-
with our position.
All right.
You know,
But we don't actually
have
have
a- we
a
have- there's a-
standard position. Sometimes we do it, and sometimes we
Well,
don't, and so that's where we get
when it
into
comes
those
to
arguments.
sidewalks, we
And-
probably
and that
do
was-
it a lot more than we don't, and, because of just past history. So
But it
that,
depends, and
that
that
is
was the
something that
issue.
probably needs to
Yeah.
be discussed, because, like I say, the cities will disagree, with our position.
And sometimes the cost to sell it and to go to court
Now-
is much more costly.
So maybe the thing we could do
Still
is
gonna
take
be
a look at what we've
discussion.
spent, on this. And that might be something that Road and Bridge could provide pretty quickly, as to, well, how much have we done on sidewalks and where have we done it? That
I
we
think
can
the
do.
number for the sidewalks, because I had actually asked that on that one settlement, was like $200,000 over the last couple of years.
That wasn't from one incident.
No, for the last couple of years,
Last
but,
one was like 40,000.
maintenance.
right, for the last, it was 15,000, I think, was for the last one. I'm sorry?
Well, I was just gonna say how much we have spent on maintaining sidewalks that we have done. So that has occurred. So we probably need to say, 'cause to your inconsistent, what you're saying is inconsistent. Well, I can show you consistently what we have done, but maybe we didn't have to do. I mean, and I think that's the point that, is being brought forth, is there is an Attorney General's position says we don't have to do it. But historically, going back to many road and bridge directors ago, they've been doing it, and they, in a lot of cases, haven't stopped, unless the city has agreed, and very few cities have ever agreed. In fact, very few cities have even taken on entire roads that they should have taken, that are no longer on the thoroughfare plan.
And I understand, and we had talked about this before. I don't want to
Right.
rehash it all, but I understand that there will probably be discussion every time, and I understand that the cities may not be happy, or we may not be happy
Right.
with every single instance, but it's much more up in the air, and, who's to say, well, we're going to do it this time, or we're not going to do it this time, if we don't have that standard language. And that was what was requested, so.
Now, having
I'm just
that
trying-
language is not going to prevent us from being brought into the lawsuit.
No,
I can tell you that.
that's what I just
No.
said. I understand that, but also, I mean, you could bring anybody into a lawsuit. That doesn't mean that they need to pay.
I think the legal department could have it tomorrow,
Yeah.
but the holdup is on the historical work that we've done. So I think the best thing to do is, let's start there with, well, what are we doing? We can tell them, we have that information readily available, and you can say, well, we're spending X amount doing this on these roads, and we're no longer gonna do this because, there's an opinion that says we don't have to. Or we negotiate it and get something, because at the end of the day, they probably will have a real problem but maybe we can get them to take some of the stuff that they really should be doing, which is certain roads and streets that were long, were not part of the thoroughfare network. They've been annexed around, or mostly annexed around, and they should take some of them, and we'll agree, because you have to have the agreement. That's what it says, absent of the agreement. We don't have any agreements. And then we get an agreement and say, we'll maintain these sidewalks on these major thoroughfares, but we're not maintaining these other side streets that we should no longer have at all.
Well, that's a great,
Yeah.
that's a great opener for having those discussions,
Exactly.
I think,
So-
with the cities. But, you know, like the one example, you know, we went back and gave the historical data and said, well, for the last 10 years, we haven't been doing anything on it. And the city said, well, neither have we. So, I mean, just the fact that nobody's been doing anything on it, but then to find out that the county charged them for a permit to do the,
That was on
something
the
there.
ditch, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
You're right.
if,
Oh,
if
we
we
had
just
definitely
had
some.
that standard, we're always going to have issues, but if we just had that standard language, I think it would be much easier to just say, and I mean, we've had this discussion before, so I'm not exactly sure why I'm requesting it again. So, if
I
we
think
could
you
just
said
get
they'll
that as
have
soon
it.
as possible.
Yep, we'll put it together and have it ready.
Okay.
I'm going to put together a historical report on what we've done, because I think that's the starting place, is that how many are out there and what we've done on them. And then we can see what that number is and see where they're at. And then I think that's a good starting
But that's
spot.
not what was actually requested, and that doesn't solve the issue. Like in this last instance where we gave the guy historical data, but yet the city said no, but then we find out there's a county permit. That doesn't in any way solve the issue. The whole point was getting that language for a standard SOP. I don't understand why we can't just get that. And we asked for that, so it's been several weeks.
I'll have to talk to staff to figure out exactly, because, I mean, I have SOPs on how to maintain them and what we do. I mean, that's all in a very comprehensive system that we have. So as far as how to maintain them, when they're maintained, who maintains them, we have all that. So, I mean, that's what's in our system today. Now, but I think, you know, basically where you get into this is if it's not in our system, we assume someone else is doing it or it's never been maintained. We just found an instance, something not related to this, but an instance down in Deltona where, you know, we don't maintain the road, no history of it. We assumed they were doing it, and they assumed we were doing it. But we have our list of roads that were accepted back in 1976 or whatever the year was, and then other than subdivisions and stuff that come on that we accept formally, that's the road list when it comes to roads. But you get down in like a place like Deltona where we once maintained all of that, and then we turned it over. I guess there was some question on a road out in the middle of nowhere.
And so what we have is continuous questions. and
Well,
that's
I don't think you're ever going to solve them all, but we got.
right, but
out
if we
of-
had a standard SOP, which is what we asked for,
I think you're the one that asked for that.
but it was,
think-
staff
huh?
was directed to bring us that.
Let me get a stab at what we have and get it to you. All right, then
And
I'll
then
understand.
you can see what, 'cause
Then
think
But
what you're
Mr.
at-
Chair, I think that when we request things from staff, you must be explicit as what you're looking for. How can you give direction to me if I don't understand what you're expecting of me to do? So, in all fairness to staff, your message is not clear as to what you're looking for from them.
Standard
Unless I'm
language-
here, unless
Standard
I don't
language as to jurisdiction, you know, who takes care of it if it's in the jurisdiction. If it's in county
Who takes
jurisdiction,
care
we
of
take
what?
care of it. The sidewalk right-of-ways,
Sidewalk right-of-ways.
the right-of-ways, yes.
Of sidewalks.
Yes, it was brought up because of sidewalks, and then we also discussed ditches. It's the jurisdiction.
Because I hear ditches, I hear sidewalks, so, I mean, what do we could, if you have some specific concerns that you want to
Well,
talk
I
to staff
specifically
about,
asked for
then
sidewalks, and we went
how did we
through,
get into ditches?
because they actually brought up ditches because during that last discussion, because that had also been an issue. But
That don't make no sense to me.
we had this discussion and aired it out, and that's what was requested was standard SOP. I don't understand.
Is-
I think-
Everybody else is on the same page except me. Y'all, do you understand what's going on here?
It's not going to accomplish anything to have an SOP if it comes to a lawsuit. And I know what you're trying to, the same thing we all have tried
But
to
even if
fight.
it's not just the lawsuit. We are paying out for lawsuits, which I think is ridiculous if it's not in our jurisdiction.
That's something we can't change.
But that was actually not the reason for the SOP. The SOP was to handle when I've got citizens coming to me with issues and I've got business owners coming to me with issues, and they're going back and forth between the cities and the county trying to get stuff actually done, and the county's saying, no, it's not our problem, and the cities are saying it's not our problem.
Well, we've got a huge one right now with the bridge across the Little Tomoka where the state says it's ours, and we say it's the state's.
Well, that's a little.
Let's move on from this one. We spent 25 minutes.
I was just trying to get follow-up. I was just trying to get a response from something
I'll
that
move it along with what I
as a
can get.
council had requested, and several weeks ago, and I had not gotten, so.
Can I just add a commentary to this? If you think a standard operating procedure is going to clear this up, it's just not going to happen. We have, 16 cities, and we have so many issues, and in fact, what I think my job is as a county council member, and without discussing the issue, yesterday I met with staff, we had a big issue yesterday, and involving a city, and in my district, and it could have been a really big issue. But within 2 phone calls to 2 electeds, we had it worked out. We had that done, George, in less than 10 minutes. So there are things that says our position as electeds, we get between the between. Is it all going to go away? I don't care. We could have a book of procedures for every fund in every city, in every ditch, in every sidewalk, in every stop sign, in every bridge, and I promise you it will be the crack in the tree that we didn't have the standard operating procedure for that will trip us up. It doesn't matter. It's going to change, but it's what we do, and we do it well. So, I mean, and I'm saying that very, very sincerely and very strong, because working with our electeds and within our districts is what we all do. And with staff, we can accomplish great things. I've accomplished great things behind the scenes. Nobody knows about it. It's not headlines. It's not on social media. And nobody read about it in the news journal or knew what happened that we did yesterday. But I can tell you it was huge, and it's because staff worked with the cities and with me. So
I absolutely agree, and I just said in that whole giant conversation that you're right, an SOP is not going to solve the issue. You can't, I totally get that, and that was not the point. The point was to assist in solving the issue. And for what you're saying in terms of as elected officials having to take care of the issue, that's exactly what happened. The poor guy went back and forth for 9 months and finally got a hold of me, and I got with staff, and we took care of the issue.
Let's move on to the next.
But we've got the poor guy who's going back and forth for 9 months.
We're trying to nail Jell-O to a wall here,
can't do
folks.
that.
So, okay, well, my bottom line was we had asked for something. I don't know if it was even put on the follow-up list, but it had never come to fruition, so that is my point.
But Councilmember, here's the issue.
Yeah.
We can tell you what the law says. We can also tell you that in some cases we've made exceptions that based upon citizen demands or cities' refusals to adhere to the law. If the policy, if you want to, you can either, as a policy matter, decide that you're going to accept sidewalks, which are not your legal obligation, and there's a cost to that. You can decide that you're going to try to solve it on an incremental basis, which doesn't lend itself to SOP, but we are trying to solve it we have solved it with some cities by agreement. Or you can say that this is our position legally, and I think our position is sustainable legally, but then you're going to have, I don't think the kind of complaint that you're discussing having to do with the ditch is representative, but but it may serve as an example of where we can say it's not ours, and the city is still going to say it's not theirs. And that's a dilemma that we have.
But we could also what if all day, and if we just had that language and that standard
But you're not going to be able to.
here to fall back on, what's wrong with having that?
It doesn't make any difference.
Well, it sure would have helped in a couple of instances that I've had this year, so that is why I requested it.
But the
and
instance that you talked about
council
that was
requested
not
it
a
from staff.
was not a sidewalk issue. It was a drainage
Got it,
issue,
so-
and the staff didn't recognize the historical responsibility for the Halifax Drainage District.
Is the consensus then that we're not getting it?
Let me put some, it's a problem, so let me put a.
That's what, I'm just trying to
Let me
solve
go
an
ahead and
issue
frame
here.
that problem with some money, cost, what we've actually done and some history. And then, as Mr. Eckert said, then it becomes a policy we can go forward with, and I can meet with the cities and find out where we're at. Each city will have a different story, different amount of sidewalks. Some may not have any, and I can have that. We'll put that together, and then I'll find out. Some, like he said, we've got some things in the works incrementally where, they want certain planning elements, certain things, and that's a good time to end this issue and make sure we're all clear. I could tell you, even in other areas, this is how complex it can get every year. People annex lot by lot. You have garbage collection that is picked up house by house. And so when they start annexing, down one side of a street, not the other, I've got our garbage company and their garbage company. So we've worked with them, and I think we've developed really good systems, but even in some cases, they've come to us and said, our system is not as sophisticated, we can't track it, could you go ahead and collect the garbage for another year? And we've done that.
Well, George, you and I have talked extensively about this,
Right.
and to your point, what you just said was this opens up the conversation with the
Right.
cities, and even if it's one city at a time or whatever it is we need to do, to definitively solve a problem. And you just stated that that was a problem and that we could work something out
Right.
to handle it. So I'm just looking, I don't really care how we get to the point, but I just want to,
Okay.
I don't want our
I
citizens
think
to
I have
have
a
to
way
go
to
through that.
get you
And
something, so let me
I
go
just
back and
haven't
work on
gotten a
it.
response, and it's been several weeks, so.
Okay.
Okay. I like the idea of getting the list of the consultant contracts. I just wanted to mention that. I thought that was a great idea. There was the article in the paper, or a lot of people, not even the article in the paper, a lot of people have been asking about traffic on the LPGA corridor, and I know we talked about it today. But I've talked with a lot of citizens. They've reached out about that area, and because they're worried about the traffic backup. And there's obviously traffic backup at, I could name off so many intersections, but Williamson and LPGA and lots of many other intersections. And the general feeling that I'm getting from the public is that, nothing is being done about this, but I think it's very important to stress that we are having those conversations. I know I'm having those conversations. I'm sure that, I don't want to speak for you, Mr. Chair, but I'm sure the chair has been having those conversations as well. I know staff has been having those conversations. I've been talking with federal DOT. I've been talking with state DOT. I've been talking with St. John's Water Management on the Tomoka Bridge right there. There are a lot of discussions going on with staff on how to resolve that traffic issue, and we know it's there, and we know that we have to plan, and we are planning. So I just want to ensure that the public understands that we are looking at those kinds of things, and we're not, it's not just out there and we've forgotten about it. And I'm very positive that the other council members are doing the same things at many other intersections across the county. So All right, I'm exhausted. That's all I have for today.
Okay, I lost my list. No. Ms. Wheeler.
First of all, I will tell you, yes, all of us hear it all the time from our constituents, different traffic issues. And I can tell you, well, I know there's 4 of us, at least 5 of us, that are on the TPO that deal with this on a continuous basis on solving those problems and resolving them. Moving on, I would like to ask the council to consider having a sign in Ponce Inlet at the North Jetty in honor of Robert A. Merrill, which is Bob, the attorney that we all know, his great-grandfather. And in 1977, that was actually named the Robert A. Merrill Jetty. And it would be nice if there was a sign there to state that it was named the Robert A. Merrill Jetty. And there's documentation on that. And he was a member of the Port Authority. And he went to Washington to try to get those jetties completed and everything. So it would just be nice for the family if they had a sign there to depict that. I think it would be really nice. I would like to see if everybody would be in agreement that we could maybe move that forward. Is anybody?
Let's just have them create
Yeah,
something, bring it back
yeah.
to us to vote on.
Yeah.
So you want an
Could you-
example sign?
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe talk with the Merrills, but I've got the information. Bring it back to council for the, yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, thank
I
you.
got-
That was it.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have limited comments to make at this time. My only concern is that it's important that we are clear in our direction to staff. They are trying so very hard to meet our request. And this just makes good walking around sense to me, to be clear. If I'm not clear as what you expect of me, then it would be very kind of us to make sure that our directions are clear. And when you speak for yourself, that you're requesting the information, and it will be given to all of us as members of this council. But I just think that it's unfair to spend 30 minutes going back and forth on something that they have tried to address, and they're not clear on the direction as to what you're requesting of them. We all got here the same way, by having been given the opportunity to serve. And it's just the right thing to do, to be clear and not, if we are the only person that understands the direction, then there's a problem with the communication. And I'd like to see us be more considerate. And if your request is such that it needs to be written down and it's clear in your mind, then it would more than likely be clear to staff. Another thing, when we have our workshop, I'd like to have some more dialogue as it relates to the boardwalk. Now, there are those that think that was not a good idea. There are those that think it was a great idea. I personally think that it was a great idea, and would like to see some more dialogue and discussions on that. And so, if you don't have the background, how can you object? So it's important that we have some clarity on that. The fund that we have been putting aside for that or in a holding part, it doesn't have to be for that, but if it's not for that, where will we direct it to go, and where do we want to utilize? I think that we need to have some sincere conversation, because we all have things in your district that you'd like to see happen with that money. And there are things that we, the three of us, would like to see happen countywide that would benefit all of the citizens in this county. So it's imperative, I think, that we you look at this and not pass judgment on to where we are until we know the dynamics of where we're trying to go. Mr. Chair, I think we've had a great day, and we kind of got installed here at the end of the day, but it's been a great day, and I look forward to more dialogue, and I look forward to our discussion that we will have in the workshop. We need to do some sincere work to try to make sure that we have clarity on things and direction that we will be proceeding with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I will close not just with this, but with a couple of nice things. When she's going to pass out exactly what I've got. At the NACO meeting last week, I guess it was week before last, Volusia County, which no one knows where it is, but they can't even pronounce it. Volusia County received the 2018 Achievement Award winner for Dynamic Master Planning, a tool and process for continuity. And we received an award.
Major award?
We didn't get
It's a major award.
Volusia County, Florida Emergency Management Mobile App Award for that. I waited to be recognized. However, we were not in a category that would give us on-stage presence, but we did get these. It just shows, I mean, to me, to receive an award from a National Association of Counties is a pretty big deal. Not everybody got one. So I was excited for that.
Cool.
I never realized as much in my life that people do not know where Volusia is. And I noticed that other counties, for example, the meeting was in Davidson County, Nashville, and they state it Davidson County, Nashville. I know Team Volusia is trying to do Greater Volusia County, Greater Daytona Beach area. We are not even recognized as Volusia County. We all know that. And I don't know whether it's something we can look at doing or not. But anyway, I attended. I picked up a couple of tidbits. Talked with most of what I got that was worthwhile was in between meetings. One conference I went to, all they were trying to do was to sell me a $1,600 trip to Washington, D.C. to attend a 3-day meeting, $1,600. I thought it was about adjusting your style of management for something. It was all about telling me to go to Washington, D.C. for a 3-day conference. I don't need that. They told me where to go. I told them I wasn't coming again. So
You told them where to go.
I told them where to go. And I think the thing about requesting information is important. What are we going to do with the information request? I mean, when you request 16 years of emails on something, that's a little much. When you request who you buy the property from that was done 78 years ago, what value is that? Let's try to work and not put staff to a situation to where they've got to go back and research who you bought the property from in 1940. Those kind of things make people, kind of frustrated. The answer was given for as much as they could, but I think it's difficult. And then if you complain about not getting an answer on 16 years worth of emails, correspondence, what are you going to do with that? Some of the things that I want to bring up at the workshop, or one that I think we need to adopt, is our travel policy. I think we need to address some of the procedures as far as the Emergency Operations Center, as far as who is there, who's to be there, who is it to be staffed by from a staff. The travel policy that we have, I think we need to review that and look at it. I think we, like any other division, should have a budget that we set at the beginning of the year. Everything's programmed into that, and we abide by it. I think we did that in Ormond, and if you vary from that, you can, but I think we should have it plugged in. One other thing that I want to look at the workshop is the issue of a forensic audit. I know you brought it forward. I don't mind hearing more about it, but I don't support having a forensic audit of a $760 million company. It's just outrageously expensive to try to do that, and generally a forensic audit is done if you think there's a misuse of funds, and if any funds were misused, they were probably pigeonholed too much, that we have too much money because we're able to be out of debt and go to rollback. It's just, If you want to do a $100,000 company or a $200,000 company, a forensic audit you can do. But to spend the money and the time on a forensic audit, I think we need to understand the full ramifications of what that would involve with the county. And what would we accomplish by doing that? And I know just because I mentioned something, or you mentioned something, or Fred mentioned something, or Pat, it doesn't mean that that's what we have to do. I think we thought, I thought we mentioned that we were going to explore and see what all a forensic audit would be. And I can't support spending the amount of money that it would take to do a forensic audit. So,
Mr. Chair, if I could just make a sidebar comment on that. I never said the entire budget. And I thought we would discuss this more at the workshop, which we
okay, well, let's put it off to them.
But no, but I don't want anybody to walk away thinking I was talking the entire budget. Never did. But whatever council choose, one or two transactions or accounts, because I think at this time we need to set the table for as much transparency as possible going forward, and that's what I'm looking at. Certainly not the whole budget. Would never suggest that. That was never the intention. That was never the intention. Still is not. But would like to look at several transactions and or accounts and choose it, go forward with the strong statement that I'm sure will come from that. But at the same time, I think we owe it to start with a clean slate going forward. That was my intention. That is my intention.
And when it comes time, if we go to vote on it, when we get to specifics, I will still probably be against it because there's absolutely nothing to hide. We're as transparent as you can be. Every transaction is there. Anything that exceeded the amount of any manager had to expend. In fact, he brought to us items that he could have authorized on his own without bringing them to us. So it's just that, huh? Well, we can discuss it, but I don't know how far staff had gotten into it with that. Pardon? Okay. 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 Well, I just had a discussion with the staff, and they were unsure as well how far we wanted to go either, and I just wanted to make sure that I understood. If you want to pick one thing that goes through and check every transaction, huh? Well, it'd be impossible. I mean, it's expensive enough to do the audit. I don't want to get in. I can't.
Ed, go ahead, but I just wanted to respond to something you said as well.
What's that?
So I'm just wanted to clarify. I'm not sure who asked for 16 years of emails. That certainly wasn't me. But I did ask for, since you mentioned, I did ask for who, when a certain property was bought in the county, where that money came out of, because in recent talks, in something that I'm working on with staff, I was specifically told by staff that the sale of that property would have to go back to the initial fund where that came from. And so that was very important. So I also think I'm not sure how everybody else on the dais is finding out the questions that I'm asking as well, but if I think that something is important to ask, I'm not sure it's viable for anyone else to really say that that's not a viable thing for me to ask, and that was definitively something that I had asked. I'd also like to say the thing on the language, I just looked that up. That was actually the June 5th meeting, and I've got Dan Eckert saying he can bring back the language, bring back to council the language that dealt with that.
Please.
And you
I've heard
acknowledge that it
30
would be
minutes of that.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that there was no
It's okay.
confusion.
You've had your time. I wasn't directing anything at you. I'm just talking about requesting information of staff. I think we need to be cognizant of what we asked for and what we're going to gain by doing that. And if you're talking to staff about selling property and we're not involved, we should be.
I wasn't talking to staff about selling property.
That's what you said.
Oh my gosh.
What did she say?
Let me I want to help out on that.
Thank you, George.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's just general information we were discussing, and we have things in terms of what you've seen before, Public Works facility, where we tried to, locate that, some of the other things that we've talked about. And it was just a simple question in terms of, well, if you do, say we sold off, when we moved, where would the money go back to? It tries to go back to the fund that if you could know who bought it. It may have to because of restrictions. The airport, for instance, has to adhere to the FAA.
I understand that.
That's all. So, I mean, I think that's where it was.
So that's why that
yeah,
question
and-
was
and,
asked on a
the-
1940
yeah, and what happened,
property.
of
I'm
course,
not sure how you
that
found out
happened to
about
be
that,
something
but-
that's been bought a long, long time ago, so we had to figure out. And remember, we were a whole different form of government back then. So at that time, you had, at those road and bridge facilities, you actually had the sitting commissioners.
Okay.
So that's all. There was no, that was, we were able, and like I say, some of that, if you don't know, then there may be flexibility, which we would check with legal and what you could do with the money if we were to sell it off for economic development purposes or whatever. That would be, ultimately, it's your decision, as long as we're not breaking some rule.
To me, I guess, if one of us is talking about what we're going to do about a public work building when we're going to sell off the property, or how we're going to get there, then that should be something that we all should be
Well,
involved
definitely.
in before council, before the administration, before y'all
Well,
go.
and that's why the response went back to everybody too, was to make
This
sure.
was something that staff brought to me. So this, again, I'm not exactly
Yeah,
sure
there's
how you
no-
found out about that conversation, but.
Well, only because the response
but
went
there
back to
are-
everybody.
But there are things.
The response comes to everybody. If you ask something.
Try to make sure everybody, when you guys
Have
ask
to.
us questions, we
get your
just try to put them back.
We should.
that-
Maybe we don't ask.
Because
you
it's
questions.
informative, it's good information.
Sorry, I'm asking questions, but,
No, it's not that you're not asking questions, but
but I think just the point of,
It's,
I just don't agree that, if I didn't feel that a question was viable to ask, I wouldn't ask it. And I think I have the right as one of 7 on the council to ask a question.
I think one other thought I had, and maybe we can bring this up at the workshop, with the number of boards that we have and the lack of ability to fill all of them, is there any way we should evaluate those boards in a consolidated way? Huh? You consolidated them already? I mean, if you don't want to try again?
Not right now.
You see what you just did?
What, made them laugh? Oh, I mean, we consolidated 3 boards into one in Ormond Beach, and we were able to get people then to serve on it. We reduced the number of people on the board from 11 to 5 and had a board that functioned efficiently. I mean, I'm not saying,
Many good women and.
meeting adjourned at 4:14.
Thank you.